Hello, hello, hello. I was nearly late. I wasn't quite. I kind of lost track of time. And I've actually been sitting here for the last 15 minutes because I had to switch all the Ethernet cables. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to read for the 15 minutes before the live stream. And then I looked up and I was like, oh no, it's already past. And I panicked because I was still reading. And then I was like, oh, I need to find my tarot deck because I was going to go through it. And then I was like, oh no, I've lost it. I've managed to lose it. So today has been a very manic day. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, people from everywhere. I'm hoping that we're not going to have quite as many technical problems today. I probably shouldn't have said that. Touch wood, we're not going to have a whole bunch of technical problems today. It appears that my internet being all messed up last time was like a one-off thing, and it hasn't done it all month since. So I can only hope that today isn't going to have that many problems. We will have to see. You know me, if you've been here for a while, I almost always have technical problems. So yeah, I'm hoping that you can all hear me okay, that you can all see me okay. Let me know if you can't. Unfortunately, it can be a little laggy because currently in the UK, everyone is like home watching TV, watching Netflix. So it tends to be kind of laggy for the first hour, and then it gets a little bit better usually, but we will have to see. Who do we have here? Ohio, Somerset. Oh, I love Somerset. I can't wait till I get to go back again. I'm thinking hopefully I will be able to go back in November. I'm so excited for when I can. Alabama. Oh, thank you so much. Pacific Northwest, Netherlands, New Mexico, Athens. Oh, that's so cool. Washington, Eastern USA, Florida, Maryland. So many people from so many places. Oh, thank you so much. Is it Dragon Water or Dragon Water? Either way, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I am doing okay. I'm incredibly stressed. Life is so busy, but I hope that you're doing okay as well. Right. Now, I am meant to have slow mode on. Now, it's going very quickly, and so I think slow mode might have knocked itself off again. It does this every single time. Unfortunately, I cannot change it once it's already live. I literally changed it like 4 seconds before I went live and it's already knocked itself off. So what do we have? India, Ireland, South Korea, wow, Vancouver Island, Louisiana, Colorado, Colombia, Devon. I like Devon. Russia, Ontario, is it Ontario or Ontario? I always say the wrong thing. Canada, South America, Italy. Wow, Newcastle, UK. I think your name kind of gives it away, I think, that one. The Geordie Gaming. Turkey, France, Texas, Connecticut. So many people. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. So, chatbox tells me slow mode is on. I'm impressed if this is slow mode. This is so fast. Okay, so same as always, I am actually shocked to be able to say that this is my 31st live stream. That is a crazy number of live streams. It's already telling me that I'm experiencing technical problems. So we're just going to have to hope for the best. We're just going to have to hope for the best. I'm already connected to, I'm like wired into the internet. So we're just going to have to see how this one goes. As usual, the live streams are a once a month event where I just sit down and chat with you guys and answer a whole bunch of questions. So if you would like to post questions and maybe have me answer them, feel free to do that in the chat. Now, I can't get around to every single question, though I do typically try to do as many as I can. If I've already answered the question, or if I have a full video kind of dedicated to that question, or if I simply don't want to answer, I might not answer simply because it's just the way that works. I have to get through so many, and I'm going to try and get through as many as I can because, as you know, if you've been here before, chat tends to jump a little bit and it can get a little, I can lose a lot. I can lose a lot of messages, so hopefully that won't happen. And yet it always does. So yeah, I'm going to try and go through this as much as I can, and Yes, I had someone saying up here that they enjoyed the first episode of Through the Blackthorn Arch. I've lost it already. Oh my goodness. I've literally lost it. Someone's... I enjoyed the first episode of Through the Blackthorn Arch. I'm so glad. I was so terrified of posting it. I don't know, like, whole new channel, whole new experience, whole new thing. I was absolutely terrified, and it seems to have gone well so far. Of course, obviously, it's like a brand new channel, so everything's still really, really small, but I'm so excited, and I think I've almost finished all the episodes. There's a few that I still need to film because I'm a little behind, but hopefully I can get all of that done. Right. I'm going to scroll up as far as I can to get to the first set of messages, like questions, and then let's get started before I end up with any more technical problems. Sadly. And I can already tell I'm going to have the hiccups. Every single live stream I get the hiccups. I can always tell when it's going to happen. I'm a young baby witch, and I stopped practicing because my mum said that Wicca and witchcraft is dangerous. After that, I've not been able to connect with anything. I feel as though there should be more to that, but when it comes to parents, it's really important to remember that for the most part, parents always want what is best for you. They want to keep you safe. And especially if they have been brought up in a household with a lot of misinformation surrounding occultism, witchcraft, Wicca, those kind of things, misinformation can lead to a lot of fear. So if you would like to still practice, but you also want to kind of make your parents understand what it actually is, education really is key. So if you can find a good book or an online resource that talks about what witchcraft actually is and what Wicca actually is versus what it isn't, that's usually a really good place to start, because more often than not, fear comes out of misinformation more than actual information. It's usually the incorrect knowledge that leads to fear rather than what the actual tradition is. But yeah, it's a really difficult situation because obviously your parents are there to help protect you and guide you, but parents also don't know everything, and there can be a lot of misunderstanding, especially if it's something that they've never experienced before. Oh, I'm so cold tonight. I'm hoping that the filming lights will like slowly start heating up this room, because all of a sudden, do you remember how a few weeks ago I said in a video that I was boiling because it was like October and it was like 25 degrees? Yeah, well now it's October and 10 degrees and I'm cold. I am now cold. What's that cat? I'm cold. I'm cold. I love that cat in the bathtub. I'm like a boomer inside. Like if anyone wants to make me cheerful, they just send me like cat memes. And I'm happy. I'm content with that. Do you have any resources for dyspraxic and or disabled witches in general? There aren't really that many resources specifically designed, which I think is a real shame. It's definitely an area that needs to be focused on more when it comes to resources. It's more a case of, unfortunately, just adapting the things that are already there, which can, I understand, be really frustrating. So hopefully in the future, if there aren't already, I'm hoping that there will be more practitioners with disabilities that will come forward to write books and create information to help other people in a similar situation. Because obviously, I don't know what it's like to have to deal with these situations. So I don't feel as though I'm really in a right place to be giving huge recommendations about it, because I don't have to experience it, and I'm very grateful for that. So I'm hoping if any of you know of any witches online that do have disabilities and do share the way they kind of meld with their practice that's maybe different than anyone else, please let me know, because they're always really good to listen and learn from. So yeah, if anyone has any recommendations, please do put them in the chat. Unfortunately, because I don't really watch that much witchcraft YouTube, I don't really know of anyone on YouTube, and I haven't, as far as I'm aware, seen any books on the subject, which is definitely a real shame. How can I use sea glass or just normal stones for my practice? Because I have so much of it and buying crystals is very expensive. Well, you don't need crystals to practice witchcraft. So if you don't have crystals and you don't want crystals, you don't need them. You can do everything within your practice without them. They're a nice addition that some people choose to use, but definitely not a requirement. So sea glass is often used for I've got the hiccups again, working with elementals, specifically water elementals. They're good with connecting with sea magic and with kind of tidal energies. Now, standard stones are not really much different from crystals. Everything that makes up the earth has some form of magical properties. So granite is often what's found in pebbles. You can also find quartz pebbles just on the beach. There's so many things that you can find, and these are often used to represent the earth element, water element if they are kind of weathered by the environment. They're also just good for connecting with a time and a place. So if you found them in a particular location, you can then draw on that when you're doing workings by using the stones. And also they're just good for things like waystones. If you do want like elemental direction stones, you can like carve on them, write on them. You can use them for rune stones or divination readings if you do have a large collection of a similar size. So many different options that you can do with them, but obviously don't limit your practice to having to use them, because crystals aren't a requirement. So you can choose to use them, but then if a working doesn't feel right to use them, you don't have to. Whew. Talking, man, talking. Are you going to make a video about Samhain too? I mean, I already have a video on Samhain. It's very, very old. It's very, very embarrassing. And then this coming week, I'm filming a video of my Samhain altar. Now, I actually forgot what date it was. So yesterday, that's why I've nearly lost my voice. I filmed a massive, great big long video that was meant to be next week's main channel video. And then I looked at the date and I was like, wait, it's already I have 11 days till Halloween. And then it dawned on me that I have 1 week. So I'm going to be filming the Samhain altar this coming week, like the end of this week and the start of next week. And then the week after that, I'm going to be doing the other video, because I completely lost track of time. Completely. Are you still planning to get a pet? I am and I'm not. I've quickly realised that I live in a very small house. I suppose it's not like small by like studio flat apartments, but it's not particularly big, and it's very, very chaotic. And I will ultimately end up getting a pet, probably a dog, just not here. I've just discovered it's just not fair. There's not enough outside space. And especially if you're adopting a dog, which is what I plan to do, you need to prove, in the UK anyway, you can't adopt a dog unless you can prove that you have connected outside space. At least the places I've seen and looked at, the adoption centres, you have to prove that you have like a connected enclosed garden. And for a lot of people in the UK, that's not something that we have. So when I move, at some point, probably in 100 years, then I will probably get a dog. Until then, I don't really think it's fair, so I'm not going to, which makes me sad, but I have slightly adopted the cats that live out the back of the house. I mean, they don't come inside, but I give them loves when I go outside, so that's kind of where I'm at with that at the minute. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Your name's Eureka. That is an amazing name. I hope that your classes go well, and thank you so much for even being here for just a few minutes. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Right, it jumped a little. It's already started jumping, so you can tell how this is going to go. How can you cleanse if you can't open doors or windows in your home? I have a full video on how to cleanse without smoke, and a lot of those don't require you to open your windows or doors. But generally, if you still kind of need to, if that makes sense. So like, you can cleanse an item without having to open windows and doors. However, okay, this is the best way I can word it to try to kind of get my thought process across. If you want someone to leave your home, you have to open a door to let them out. Otherwise, if you've locked all your doors and windows and you tell someone to leave, they're still trapped inside. Similar happens when it comes to energies and spirits. You can banish them, you can cleanse them, but if they can't get out, how are they meant to leave? So like there's lots of cleansing techniques that you can use that don't require windows and doors to be open for a really long time. There's lots of cleansing techniques that you can do when it comes to like small items that dispel excess energy and spirits from an item. But if you're planning on getting them to leave an entire space, you need an exit. And that exit can just be cracking open a window a little bit. But you really need somewhere they can get out. Otherwise, what you do is you cleanse them out of a space, but they can't actually leave. So then they settle back in again. And then you just end up repeating this cycle and you never actually get anywhere. So even if you can open a window just like a little bit, it's better than nothing at all. Are you excited for Samhain? I am honestly not. I should be, but I am so busy. Like I am going to my cousin's wedding. I'm very excited about the wedding, but that's a few days before Halloween, and I'm really excited to go, and like it's just such a nice thing, but it does mean that I can't plan everything quite the same, so it's kind of thrown me off. I've had such a manic October, so I am looking forward to it in a way, but also I feel very overwhelmed. So I'm celebrating it like this entire week and a half. So I've been watching like a Halloween movie every single night. And that's like my time off is for the duration of that movie. And then I go back to work. So I've been doing that kind of gradually this week to kind of give more of a Halloween 2 weeks rather than just a Halloween day. How do you combine candle magic and long-term workings? So you can use ginormous candles. In one of my previous videos, I used a ginormous peace candle, and essentially you can just burn a small amount of the candle every single night, and you can then either do one big energy working at the start and then have the candle release that energy over, several weeks or months, or every night you can sit with the candle and just add the energy in and do the working again every single night. So that's one way. The other way is to use the flame to help energize that working. So instead of using like a ginormous candle, you can use just tea lights, and you're doing that working for the duration that the tea light is burning, and then the following day you do it again. It's also good if you're using long-term workings like jars, bottles, or bags and dolls. Then you can energize them every week or so by using the fire element if you want to work with candles that way. Or you can charge them by imbuing a candle with energy, creating a circle around the candle and the item, and then lighting the candle and allowing the candle and the energy within it to charge the item. Once it's then burned out, you can open the circle and then you can use that item more long term, and then just repeat that every week or so. So there's lots of ways that you can add them in. It's about being a bit creative with it. I find, especially when it comes to candle workings. Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much. I think the Greek goddess of magic is Hecate. Hecate is considered a goddess of magic and witchcraft, yeah. One of many, but the Greek goddess as far as I'm aware, though my education on Greek mythology kind of stopped when I was 12 and I kind of forgot to learn it after that point. Not sure I could listen to a whole episode on medieval dental practices. Yeah, that one's a really intense one. I'm not really that squeamish, so for me it didn't really bother me, but I knew I had to put like a disclaimer at the start of that podcast episode, because that one wasn't so nice. And actually I got rid of a lot of the ones that were really, really bad, because I was like, you know what, I don't think anyone wants to hear that. So that was actually one of the mildest of the bad ones. Which software do you use for the digital sigils? I believe that it's called Procreate. I use it for creating all of my digital art, so it's just convenient for me to use it for the sigils as well. I think you can get it for about $9.99, I think is how much it is, something like that. I think you can get it on most devices. I have mine on an iPad, but you can get it for Android as well, I believe. It's really, really good, really enjoy using it, and it's super great for the sigil making, along with like all of the digital art as well. I live in the desert. How could I do research and find out how to use the plants here in my craft? Any advice is appreciated. Oh, okay. So, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, it's really useful for me. It's not very useful for anyone else. A lot of the books on witchcraft are very Eurocentric. You know, it's based on mainly European plants, like Britain, Ireland, Western Europe kind of plants, which makes it really difficult for everyone else. So it's really good to look into the medicinal properties of plants, as well as where they grow, the colours and the kind of natural cycles that they go through. These are really good clues for what that plant is going to be really useful for. I've got the hiccups again. Every time I drink anything, I get the hiccups again. So plants that are only available during certain times of the year, plants that have certain coloured flowers, plants that store water versus those that are very dry, it's going to change how they might be worked with. Also, it's really good to try and find information from the people who've resided there for a long time. So you might find that it's in folklore, it might be in written books and documentation that goes back, hundreds of years if you can find access to it. And generally reaching out to people who already practice in the area can give you a little bit more of a mindset on how the plants are used. But generally, a really good example is using the way they look, the way they feel, and the way they act. So in the UK, one of the most common plants is known as the stinging nettle. Now, the stinging nettle stings, and it's very, very rampant. It grows basically everywhere. So stinging nettles are often really good for creating protections. They're good for irritation workings, and they're also good for shielding spells because they're very irritating. They grow very quickly, and they grow really fast and everywhere. So you might want to look at how a plant grows and then base your practice off that. And then the other thing is trial and error. Give the same working a go with different plants and see which ones you have the most success with. Note it down, and then you can kind of develop your practice around that, which really is what people did to start off with. It's just now we have the benefit of having books with reference lists in it, and actually doing it the hard way of kind of trial and error is a really good way of connecting more to the energies of the plants anyway. So it could be really good to do it that way to start off with. That was a very long description, I'm sorry. Advice on overcoming anxiety to strengthen intuition. I notice my anxiety frequently gets in the way of my intuition and magical power in general. I am obviously not a therapist. I would always recommend, though, going to seek mental health professionals in order to help that. Now, I'm very open in the fact that I have an anxiety disorder. I have done since I was a very, very small child, and I've spent many, many years of my life in therapy. It's not a quick fix, and it's not an instant solution. My anxiety is still there. It's much easier to manage now. So I would always go and talk to primary care, see if you can, what options there are, whether that's therapies, whether it's medication, do what's right for you. And then you can work meditation alongside it to really try to master not focusing so much on intrusive thoughts, if that's something that you do experience, and then going from there. Obviously, I am not a trained professional when it comes to mental health, so obviously I can't talk too much on the subject besides my own personal experiences. Whew. I need to learn to breathe sometimes. I talk a lot and I don't breathe very much. Could you explain how energy works in manifestation and spell work? How does the amount of energy used equal the scale of results? So, okay, hiccups again. Hiccups. So, when you do spell work and ritual, you're raising energy. Now, you can raise energy in many ways. You can raise it from deities, from movement, through dance, through drumming, through grounding. You can raise it by connecting with elementals and the elements, the weather, and electricity, and all of these different things. You raise that energy during that working. You then attach onto it your intention, so what it is that you want to achieve, and then you've got a couple of different ways that you can do it. You can push all of that into an item to enchant it, or you can release it into the world. Now, when you release it, it then gains a magical response. Now, how it gains a magical response really depends on your belief system. For some people, it is spirit guides. For others, it is deities. Some people, it is ancestors. So it's really going to depend on your culture, your tradition, and your religion as to what answers that call. You know, a prayer said to a god is very similar to a spell said to a spirit. It's just the belief system behind it is what varies, which then brings back a magical response. Now, much like the amount of effort you put into something, the amount of energy you put into a spell or ritual is going to change how strongly it comes back. So, for instance, if I was throwing a ball, if I just kind of went, and I just kind of gently toss the ball, it's not going to go very far. Whereas if I lob that ball, it's going to go really, really far. And so, much like in all aspects of science, the amount of kinetic energy or potential energy in there is going to manifest in a different result. So the more you put time and effort into a working, the more energy you're putting into it, the more powerful a result you can get back, or the more long-term a result you can get back. Which is why people say that it's about choosing the working to match your requirements. If you need a really big working, doing a little tiny candle spell with a tea light and spending 4 minutes doing it probably isn't going to get you that result. Whereas spending a long time working with spirits and deities and raising energy and building a long-term working is going to get you much bigger, more long-lasting results. And then it also depends on what you're working with, who you're working with. If you're working with deities, the amount of effort and energy you put into connecting with them and working with them will then manifest in the amount of energy that you get back in the form of a response. Because much like working with a person, if you ask a stranger for a big favour, they're probably going to turn you down. But if you ask your best friend for a favour, they'll probably do it. And it's all about the amount of time and effort you've put into making that connection, which is also part of what goes into a spell or ritual if you do work with deities and spirits. I hope that made at least some semblance of sense. I desperately, desperately hope that it did. Oh, I just learned how to breathe. Do you ever do that? Do you ever just like go off on a tangent in a conversation? You just forget to actually take in oxygen? Because I do all the time. I was recently thinking I need to find a rusty nail to add to my supplies, and today I found one on the front of my in front of my home. Should I keep it? Bad, good, fey, or a gift? Advice, thanks. See, rusty nails can come from absolutely anything. You know, just in town, I could find a whole bunch of rusty nails just because they've come out of things, secondhand goods, buildings, machinery. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that it could have come out of. So if you want to keep it and you're nervous, cleanse it first, just to make sure that there's nothing attached to it. Unless you purposefully work with the fae, it's very unlikely that it will be a fae just giving you something. They're not typically ones for just giving people things with nothing in return, you know what I mean? Like, you usually have to have spent a long time making a connection with a fae before it will actively give you something. More likely than not, it's just a thing. It's just a thing that's found itself outside your home. And the human brain really likes making connections. It loves making connections. So it's quite likely that it's just a thing that found itself outside of your home, and it's just really a lucky coincidence in a way that you just happen to need one or want one at the time. So yeah, if in doubt, cleanse it. If you take it inside your home and you find that you don't like the energy of it, you can just return it again. But generally speaking, I doubt it would be a gift from the fae unless you've purposefully interacted with them. They're not really the giving sorts usually. Oh wow, we went straight into Winnie the Pooh theme song. Not even a little bit of a build up to that this time. What is the Fae? Wait, what is the Fae, and have you ever had an experience with the Fae? I've had many, many experiences with the Fae. So, the best way I can describe the Fae are a classification of spirits. So much like ancestors, demons, angels, Fae, they're different classifications of spirits. Now, the Fae are capable of being both earthbound spirits and transial spirits. So the Fae reside in their own plane, which is why we hear the phrase, the veil is thinning between, around Beltane and around Samhain. It's the veil between overlapping realms that thins. So you'll often find a lot more Fae and spirit encounters will happen during Beltane and during Samhain because of that event happening. So the Fae can reside within their own realm, it's their own place, their own thing, they do what they want over there. And then you also have what's more known as earthbound spirits, which are Fae that choose to reside here. Now the Fae is a bit like fish. They don't look all the same, they don't act the same, they aren't the same, but they're similar enough that they all get classified as Fae. So a lot of people are under the misconception that all Fae look the same and they act the same, but they really don't. It is just like the classification of fish. Within fish, you have goldfish and you have sharks, and you have everything that you can imagine in between. The Fae are a lot more like that. So it's a classification of spirits. Now, some of these spirits can be really nice and friendly. Some of them can be really not nice and not friendly. And that's very much an individual to individual thing, much like how you might meet two people and one of them's lovely as anything and the other is absolutely horrible. And you're wondering how they have any friends. That can kind of happen with the Fae as well. Now, I've had lots of encounters with the Fae. I've worked with them for a long time. Some are absolutely lovely, like cute little sweethearts, and you just want to protect them. And some of them you want to steer clear of completely. And so over the years, I've had kind of a whole collection of experiences. And I found that it really depends on the type of Fae that you're dealing with. Fae that are more home-based, like brownies, are usually really relatively friendly unless you mistreat them, whereas you'll find that more wild Fae, like boggarts, are really nasty to deal with. And so it's just a case of treating them with respect and keeping your distance where appropriate, typically. Someone has told me that charging crystals was a bad idea with this full moon because of the chaotic energy. Is that true? Okay, right. I hear a lot about charging crystals. It's a really popular thing within the last 10 years. I'm going to ask you a few questions. And this isn't me nitpicking this at all. This is just, I typically try to get people to understand my mindset by asking them questions. I'm sorry if it gets annoying, but why are you charging your crystals under the full moon? Because crystals have their own energy. They don't need you to charge them. They have their own energy, unless you're adding a specific energy into them. So a lot of people will charge crystals by the full moon because they want that abundant, rich energy that they can then add into spellwork and rituals, or they can feel when they carry them around. So you don't need to charge your crystals by the full moon at all. It's a very popular thing that came about when Tumblr started going nuts in the early 2000s, and you don't need to do it. So if you want chaotic energy or Aries energy, not saying that all Aries are chaotic, it's just something that comes with the Aries full moon, then it's a perfect time to charge your crystals. If you want to do a working that really requires that very chaotic, random energy, then it's a fantastic time. But if you want different energy, then it's not going to be a good time. So it's not so much whether you should or shouldn't, it's really, is it what you want or is it not what you want? And then go from there, because you can charge stones with your own intention. You can use elemental properties to charge them. You don't have to use the full moon. And I found a lot of people think that they always have to charge their crystals at the full moon, and you really don't. And sometimes it can actually go against the kind of working that you want to do. If you do charge them with the full moon, but you're doing a banishing working, you're much better to charge it during the new moon than the full moon. So sometimes it can really go against what you want to do as well. Thank you so much, Ariel. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, it's gonna jump. Oh, it's gonna jump. I can tell. I can feel it. Would moon water be affected the same way with this full moon? Yes. Oh yeah. That's the thing, right? So full moon energy is how do I best describe this? Okay, so it's like a core and then additions. So it's like ice cream and sprinkles, right? So your ice cream, the full moon is your ice cream flavor of choice. So you can have chocolate at the new moon, you can have vanilla at the full moon, whatever you fancy, right? So that flavor is going to stay the same. So the full moon is still going to be abundant. It's still going to be very powerful. The new moon is still going to be more like banishing and cleansing and clearing and refreshing. And then you add extra sprinkles on top. Those sprinkles are the different aspects. So you've got, say, like the new moon in Cancer, or you've got the full moon in Aries. They are your sprinkles. They're going to change the flavor of what's underneath. So it's important to take them all into account when you plan on doing that working. Exactly, the full moon is ice cream. So the flavor underneath is going to stay the same, but it's going to change slightly because of what you add onto it. So the Aries full moon is going to change the energy of the full moon because it's an extra addition, it's an extra layer onto it. So if you are going to be doing moon water during this particular full moon, or really any full moon that has varying energies, you're going to want to take those additional energies into account and decide whether or not it's something that you want to be adding into that working. Now, no full moon or new moon is better or worse than any other. It's just going to skew how you'd use it slightly. So this full moon is really good for really pushing things forward, clearing paths away from things that are going to be really disruptive. And it's still a good full moon. It just might not align with everything that you want to do with, say, traditional moon water, if that makes sense. I'm glad you understand the analogy, because I got partway through that and I was like, I'm not sure if this is a good analogy. But I hope that makes sense. So it's a bit like, adding, this is going to make me sound really weird, but I used to have lemon sherbet on ice cream. So it's a bit like taking vanilla ice cream and dunking it in lemon sherbet. It's going to start tasting different. That's what these different kind of moons and the astrological placements is going to do to the full moon. Yeah, every time now you look at the moon, you're going to think of ice cream and you're going to get hungry. This is how this works. Right, this was me jumping down. I'm going to have to go back up again now to where I was so I don't get lost. But yeah, I hope that was useful. It doesn't change like a huge amount, but obviously it's going to influence it slightly. Thank you so much, Anne. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to answer this question mainly because I can't tell if this is a jokey question or not. Can I know someone's sexual orientation through witchcraft? No, ask them. And if you aren't in a position where you feel comfortable enough to ask them, then you really shouldn't be trying to attain the information through spellwork, if that makes sense. Like, if you're in a place where you're at that point with someone and you're curious, you can ask them. And most people will be relatively happy to tell you if they feel comfortable in that environment. But don't go trying to divine someone's sexual orientation. It gets weird and it's very invasive, and it's much better to just be open with someone and ask them. And if you aren't in that place where you feel as though you should ask, then it's probably not going to be suitable for you to be attempting to get that information any other way. Yes. You wanted to set a different intention. Sorry, this is going back to the crystals under the moon. I'm jumping around a lot, I know. It's because I'm trying to keep it all kind of cohesive. I wanted to set different intentions for each crystal, in which case I would charge them using your own personal energy separately. So when you charge all of your stones under the full moon, they're all going to have the same energy added into them. Now, each crystal is going to have its own energy, its own associations. So like obsidian is really used for protection workings, whereas rose quartz is really good for self-love. You can have those two stones, place them under this full moon, and it's going to influence them differently, but they're still going to have the same energy being added into them. If you really want to focus on particular energies for different stones, then you're going to want to charge each one individually, probably yourself, so that you can make sure you're getting the correct energy in each of them, rather than just doing kind of like a general energy wash of this full moon. If it's not what you're looking for energy wise, it's just going to be kind of counterintuitive, because then you're going to have to cleanse them and redo them again with the correct energy. So yeah, it's just one of the things you just got to take into account, that the full moon isn't going to be suitable for charging all crystals, depending on how you want to be using them. Okay, now I'm going to scroll up and get back to where I was before I start losing any of the chat, because that is tremendously frustrating, and I always feel really bad because some of you have your questions missed, and that just breaks my heart. I don't like doing that. I'm trying to get into rituals, but I find that movements and words distract me from energy and visualization. Is this a problem? If so, do you have any suggestions? It can be a problem, yeah. So the main focus during spellwork and ritual is the energy and the visualization. And so my best advice for this is that if you're finding that movement and words are distracting you, don't do them. Start by doing the ritual without it, with just your focus and your intention, or you can kind of go through the steps first, and then when you're stationary, then do the energy and the visualization, so you've got it all in that one place, so you aren't going to be distracted by it. And then as time goes on, it will likely get easier and you won't get so distracted. Or another good one is to memorize that working beforehand. I always find that if I have to go back to read a book to get the ritual, I'm lost, I'm gone, I shouldn't have even bothered, because I will forget it, and then I'm going to feel fumbled and frustrated and disorientated. If you can do what I would refer to as a dry run through, it sounds like the most awful description, but I hope it makes sense, in that you do that working without having any energy. Like, you're not doing it for any purpose. You're literally just running through the steps. You're doing the motions of that working with the words and the directions and the movement and whatever it is you want to add. Do that enough times so that when you get to doing the actual working with the energy in it, you aren't fumbling trying to remember what you've got to do, where you need to go, what you have to say. Instead, it's very automatic. And also, it's good to remember that you don't really have to move. You can adapt those workings to suit you. So if, I obviously I don't know what the working is, but going off some traditional workings, if you have to say move in a certain direction, instead of walking, you could just spin. If you have to face certain quarters and walk in certain directions, you could just kind of like slowly turn to each of the quarters instead. Or another technique is to kind of mentally do the ritual. So you're focusing on the energy, you're focusing on the visualization, and mentally you are walking the path instead of doing it physically. That could be a good way of doing it as well, because you aren't breaking yourself out of your mental process. You're just adding something extra into it. Now that could make it more difficult depending on the person, but for some people, doing them mentally like that is another good alternative. If you do struggle to do the mental and the energetic and the physical all in one go, just pick two. Energy should really stay, obviously, but if you can do the energy and the mental and then leave the physical for now, then you could always add that in later when you feel more comfortable doing all three at once. Oh, I did it again. I forgot to breathe. How's your workshop room coming along? Oh boy, it is slow. It is so slow. We've been doing this since the first week of July. It's now nearly the end of October and it's still not done. The problem that I've got at the minute is all of the stuff is still in the workroom. It's all still in there. So we're having to build a workshop around my old workshop, which is incredibly difficult. So today we finished putting the lights in. Fantastic, they're done. So then next step is to push all of the new cabinets against the walls. I then have to sort through all of the crap that's in that room, dismantle the table, put in a new table, put in an entire wall's worth of shelves, buy a rug, and then we should be good to go. We should. The hardest bit was doing the floor, because trying to put a new floor in with everything still in the room was an absolute nightmare. And bless my dad for trying to do it. It took a very, very long time. So yeah, hopefully it will be done before Christmas. Maybe. Do you ever get put off when talking about your witchcraft stuff online? Do people treat you differently? I'm never put off by it particularly. I don't share all of it anyway. I share like 1% of my practice online. I have a lot of people being like, why are you talking about your personal practice online? You shouldn't do that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm talking about like 1% of my entire practice. It's fine. So I don't really have any problems with it. And do people treat me differently? I'll be honest, I don't really interact with people anyway. People don't really treat me any differently. I already look weird as it is. So like, people won't treat me any differently. If anything, I am the awkward one in conversations, you know, like I'm a very socially awkward person. So like, I'm usually the most awkward person in a conversation anyway. It's pretty unbeatable, to be fair. Do you have any tips on overcoming the fear of spell backfires? Learn why spells backfire. It's the biggest piece of advice I can give. A lot of people, well, you find that people tend to be in one of two camps. You have some people that are in the middle, but most people are on either ends of the spectrum. You either have the people who believe themselves to be perfect, you know, nothing can touch them, everything I do goes amazingly. Those are the people that have more backfires than anyone else. The other camp are people who are so scared of backfires that they barely do anything. They actually have very few backfires because they never do anything that's going to cause it. What you really want is somewhere in between, and the main way of gaining that is learning that you aren't perfect and things will go wrong, being able to deal with the things when they go wrong, and also understanding why things go wrong. I do believe the video is still up. I've got a full video on spell backfires and why they often occur. And usually, if you are very vigilant with your practice, you can mostly avoid spell backfires, because usually it's because you've kind of not released your energy properly, you've not closed a circle down properly, you've attempted to do spell work on someone with protections that have bounced it back to you, or you've broken an oath with a spirit or a deity and they're really pissed with you. So usually you can avoid spell backfires just by being quite vigilant with your practice and not being too scared of them. You know, there's always things you can do to counter it. You don't need to worry too much about it. And for the most part, as long as you do your workings to completion and you release your energy appropriately and you treat other beings with respect, you usually won't have too much of a problem. So I'm scrolling again. Oh, Emily, that I would really, really appreciate that if you felt okay to be a mod tonight. That would be amazing. Just let me know, because yeah, Phil's working really late. I think Hell Friendly's working really late as well, and Lance, I probably studying, probably. So it's just kind of a difficult time. So if you're okay with that, I would really appreciate it. Have you ever worked with dragons or dragon energy? Do you have any opinion on dragon magic? I haven't worked with them, mainly because I've never had a calling to work with them. It's never been something that I felt drawn to do. However, the people I know that do work with dragonic energy, it's intense and they are exceptionally powerful beings. If you think you have to be cautious and respectful with the Fae, boy, working with dragons is 10 times more intense. So it's definitely something that requires a lot of dedication, and definitely I think you probably really need to be drawn to it, because it takes a lot of work if you don't really care that much. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're working with them simply because you think they're useful, that's not really going to get you anywhere. They're very noble, and you really have to have that level of respect that comes from really wanting to work and connect with them, rather than just not so nicely using them, I suppose. I'm organising my BOS, Book of Shadows. It sounds like I'm just saying something's bullshit, but I'm not. Book of Shadows. And I don't know where to put astrology. Is it a form of divination or does it have an umbrella term? Yeah, astrology is an umbrella term. As far as I'm aware, astrology is an umbrella term for many, many different things. It can fall under divination in certain aspects, but not in others, if that makes sense. So astrology is really its own umbrella term. Do you have any book recommendations for baneful magic? I have put it somewhere. Oh, by the way, I'm going to mention it on here, and I'm going to hope that the person who sent it to me watches this. Thank you so much to the person who sent me their copy of a book. I was saying I really wanted, it was a book on curses and hexes, and my memory is losing. I'm losing it right now. I've forgotten what the book was called. I'll have to find it. It's here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. And they sent me their copy of the book from their bookshelf, which honestly, I would never expect anyone to do that. But thank you so much, because I couldn't get hold of the book. I am going to have to wrap my brain to figure out what it was called. What was it called? It's a really popular one at the minute. And my brain is... Okay, right, I'll keep thinking about it, and when I think of what it is, I will come back to you, because I have completely forgotten what it was called. I'll have to come back to it. Is it possible to do most of your craft based on intuition or how you feel about certain products, like using what feels right to you? Oh, completely. Yes, 100%. And if anything, you probably should be doing that anyway. Don't rely on what a textbook says, because the thing with books, especially occult books, is they're always written from the perspective of the author. And that author likely has their own magical practice where they have made their own associations with things. So don't just take the book's word for word. Do your own research, figure out what feels right for you, and then use it accordingly. How can you untangle Wicca practices from previous traditional folk practices? It's hard finding out what's traditional from what's Wicca. Okay, well, it depends on obviously culture and background. In Britain, there's now a lot of books on traditional witchcraft. Thankfully, Gemma Gary has written some absolutely phenomenal books on traditional witchcraft. Unbelievable. Fantastic. The general thing to recognise is if anything mentions a god and a goddess, if anything mentions the threefold law or the rule of three, the law of three, if anything mentions the Wiccan reed, calling down the moon is another big one. Raising energy is another big one, as in like the cone of power style of raising energy. You can automatically spot that it's Wicca based. However, it's important to note that Wicca is based on pre-Wiccan witchcraft traditions, so a lot of Wicca is based on traditional witchcraft. It's just been altered to suit the Wiccan religion. So it is difficult. If you find any information that talks about cones of power, calling down the moon, using a god and a goddess, high priestess is another really big sign that it's very Wicca based, and then kind of bounce around between that information. Gemma Gary has some phenomenal books on traditional witchcraft. I'm trying to think of some others. What else do I have down here? That's Gemma Gary. What do I have over here? I have a whole plethora of traditional witchcraft books, and I have completely moved them everywhere in my house. So you got A Deed Without a Name, that's traditional witchcraft. You have 6 Ways, that's traditional witchcraft. You have Silent, I think it's Silent as the Trees, not Silent of the Trees. It's one of them. I think it's Silent as the Trees. A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary. That one's phenomenal. You also have, what's this one? This is The Devil's Dozen, is another traditional witchcraft book. Obviously, these are based on British traditional witchcraft, and it's going to vary where you are in the world, but those are some really good ones. And if you would like a full video on traditional witchcraft books, I can do that as well, because my library is growing rapidly by the week. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing day yourself. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Do you use Reiki in your practice? I don't. I've never really been interested in it. There was a point in time during my practice, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, when I was asked to do Reiki courses, and I thought about it, and then I went, you know what? It's not really my thing. It just isn't. So I just never did it. Maybe one day I will look into Reiki and see if I can get some qualifications and whatnot in it, but at the minute, it's not really my thing. I wonder if you have done a 2-in-1 spell before successfully, like a travel protection and a luck in money spell. If so, how do you blend them? If not, do you recommend the intention to be separate? Yeah, I would always keep the intention separate. Thing is that when you start confusing the matter by trying to do 2 different workings at the same time, you're going to get crossover in there. And especially when you get like travel protection and luck in money spells, you might find that the energy is no longer travel protection and luck in money, it's actually traveling money, and then you lose all of your finances. I would typically never recommend people do 2 workings at the same time that are different. So like if you, I used to do this quite a lot with protection jewelry. If you want to enchant jewelry and it's all for protection, you can do 12, 15, 20 pieces of jewelry in one go with one working, just with higher energy. And that's fine to do. But the moment you start getting, you know, protection and finances and luck and travel, as soon as you start getting them together, you run the risk of the energy getting confused. Your visualization might attach onto different aspects of the working. So as mentioned before, you might end up having a traveling money working by the end of it, and you suddenly realize all your money is just flying away. So yeah, I would typically do individual workings for individual things, unless they're very, very related, which usually, even then, I would recommend doing them separately unless they're for the same intention, because you might end up with some mix-ups along the way. In my opinion, what is one of the strongest ways or things for protection? So I've always found the strongest protections are multiple protections. And I say this because not all protections are going to protect against everything. And if you have one protection and that protection is failing, or it has failed, or it's being breached, you then don't have anything else there for protection. So it's not necessarily about having the strongest protections up. It's about having multiple protections up. Having personal protections as well as house protections. Having personal protections as well as casting a circle for spellwork if that's something you feel the need to do. Having multiple different kinds of house protection. So having something that's more like a battery style protection versus something that you charge yourself every couple of months or so. So having like a witch's ladder or a witch's bottle or a witch's ball for protection, as well as having some barrier workings, as well as having personal shields, as well as having enchanted jewelry. Having multiple things is the most successful way to do protections in my experience. And they don't have to be massive, complicated protections. You can just use a series of smaller protections, because that way if one fails, you have backups. And if the backup fails, you have a backup of the backup of the backup of the backup of the backup. So you always have something, so that while you're putting up new protections, you still have protections in place. Can you please confirm whether your road opener products contain lavender? None of the road opener ones contain lavender. None of them. The only ones that do are the protection ones. And I do believe if you contacted me, I actually made up a new blend for you. If you're the one that contacted me, there's a new blend for the protection that doesn't contain lavender. So anyway, if anyone has any sensitivities to anything, if they just contact me, I can usually adapt the order. But none of the road opener ones have lavender in them. However, I'm going to make it very clear here that because all of my herbs are kept in the same area, I cannot guarantee that there's no potential cross-contamination there. In the road opener workings, though, I do not dip into lavender at any point during that working. So yes, lavender is not in the road opener ones. However, it is in the general space. What's the etiquette around my cat jumping on my altar? Do I have to cleanse it every time she hops up there? Do I have to keep her away from it? I mean, you could do whatever really you fancy. I mean, depends what the altar's for. If it's for a deity that doesn't like cats, then that's not going to be great. But generally speaking, it doesn't matter too much because the cat's going to be around your space anyway. You know, the energy of that animal is going to be on you all the time because you own the cat. So it doesn't matter too much unless there's a particular spirit or deity that really doesn't like cats, which is quite rare actually. But yeah, that's really the only time I'd say it would be a problem. And of course, flames, knocking things over, whatnot, you know, general health and safety. Can you use rainwater as moon water? Yes, you can, most definitely. And a lot of people actually do use that instead of using, say, tap water or bottled water. What can I do if I feel like I'm lacking in my workings? Research. I have found research is a great one. Research different authors, different styles, different techniques. See if you can figure out what works best for you by just adapting where you can. And you might find that your practice is better for it by the end. Where's your top from? This is from Restyle, but this is separate. This is from Killstar. So this one's Restyle, Killstar. And then I've just layered them because fishnet is surprisingly warm. Surprisingly. Can you do a video about mistakes that people often do when they're starting witchcraft? I mean, I definitely can. If that's something that you would like to see me do, where do I have a notebook anywhere? The answer is usually no. Ah, here. Right. Old video scripts, eyeliner. Always a problem solver. What was it? Wait, what? I've lost it. Where was it? I literally... there it is. Okay, I was looking straight... I read every other comment except the one I needed. Mistakes. Beginner. Witches. My eyeliner is running out. Bad. Make. Right, there we go. I'll add it to the list. Yes. Because that sounds like a really good idea. I actually haven't done anything like that before, I don't think. So yeah. Put that down there. Here we go. I had a dream that a bird skull took me to a shark jaw, then to a caiman skull. They were all floating around and biting something behind me. Does it mean something? So, here's the thing with dream interpretations. In my humble opinion, dream dictionaries, you know, where you like look up the meanings of dreams, are bullshit. For one main reason is that your brain is what's creating these images. And so what these mean to you is going to be different to what it means to me. So it's really a case of trying to do some mindfulness on it, some meditation. Think about what these different animals mean to you in your life. Do you have a history with some of them? Do they bring up memories? Do they have some kind of connection to different people, to family members, to different places? It's usually something in your life. So like I could tell you what I feel like a shark means, but that's really all that means to me, and it's not going to be what it's going to mean to you. So it's one of those, when it comes to dream interpretations, it's really important to really look into the potential meaning with you, whether maybe these skulls represent people in your life or previous versions of yourself or people that you used to know. You know, usually there's some connection to something that's very personal that people outside of the situation just can't really get. Have you read any of the Pagan portal books? I have a few. I have the one on elements. I can actually see one, but they're so freaking tiny. If you've read any of the Pagan portal books, you know exactly what I mean. You look at this book online and you're like, oh, that looks really good, and then you get it and it's like this big. I have one on kitchen magic, I've got one on Bridget, I have one on elemental magic. What is that? I can't even read what that says. Oh, that's the kitchen witchcraft one. Never mind, I've already mentioned that. What are they? I have a few, but they're so tiny. And that's something I will say. Pagan portal books, although they're pretty decent, they tend to be relatively Wicca based, so you do tend to have to read past that. And also, they're quite expensive for how big they are. They're literally like this big. They're like so unbelievably tiny. And so if you're after like a decent, comprehensive look on a subject, you're not going to get that with a Pagan Portals book because they're so freaking small. So yeah, there's that. I blame you for doubling the load on my bookshelves. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you so much, Star Search Reject. I'm going to take it as a compliment because let's face it, everyone loves books. Or at least I would like to think that everyone loves books. At least I do. At the very least, you know I do. Do you have any tips for connecting with different types of fae? Tarot cards, anything else? Experience. Go into nature. Go interact with them. Obviously, the fae that are in their own realm, it's very difficult to interact with them. It's very difficult to connect to them unless you have connections. So start with the earthbound fae. Start with the fae that reside here. They reside within nature, within forests and woodland and marshland and in city parks and in your house and in your garden and in lakes and rivers and pools and streams. It's you can use tarot cards to your heart's content, but unless they're aware that you want to connect to them, they're not going to be there. They're not watching you. They don't really care that much. And that sounds really mean, but I don't mean it to be mean, but it's all about taking that first step, being at one with nature around you. So going out into a woodland and just sitting, watching, listening, being at peace, not with music playing, not with distractions, just sitting. And you'd be amazed the type of spirits that you can see and interact with when you get to that point where you are completely at peace with the nature around you. And then once you've started connecting with, water spirits, water fae, air fae, woodland fae, then you can start working with the cards to try and interact with them if they want to interact with you and go about it that way. But I found a lot of people try to connect with the fae using tarot cards and they fail miserably because unless the fae are aware that you want to connect with them by, active going out and trying to interact with them, they're not really going to pay all that much attention. Have you read Harry Potter and the Cursed Child? I haven't. I'll be honest, I have struggled to get through all of the Harry Potter books. I really, really struggle. I get distracted so easily. So I've been trying to read them for years. I'm obsessed with Harry Potter. Not with J.K. Rowling, I'm going to make that very clear. I don't really like what she stands for and the things she says. But I consider Harry Potter to be like a thing in its own right now, it doesn't really need her anymore. And I've been obsessed with it for years, and I keep trying to read the books. And I've read 1, 2, 3, halfway through 4, and then I got distracted. So I really need to make it through all of them, and then I will read The Cursed Child. I mean, it's only been out for 8 years. I'm so far behind. I say that, and the books came out in the 90s, and I got them when I was a really small child, and I still haven't remembered them. I still haven't, read them all. Ever. What are the dangers of dream magic? My friend said that you could get stuck in another dimension. That's not right. As far as I'm aware, that's not dream magic. So dream magic is working with your own dreams. It could be the act of manifesting in dreams, of lucid dreaming. Dream magic can also include influencing the dreams of others. Is it Freddy Krueger that goes to people's dreams? Which is the one? Is it Jason? Which is the one that goes to people's dreams? It's Freddy Krueger, isn't it? I'm daft. It's Freddy Krueger. I'm pretty certain it is. That kind of stuff isn't generally real life. It's when you are influencing someone else's dreams. Usually, you aren't actually leaving yourself at all. It's influencing imagination of another person more than it is kind of pulling the strings inside, if that makes any sense. So it's very unlikely that you would get stuck or that you would have any problems like that. I've never known anyone even have to go somewhere else to do dream magic. Usually they just stay in their own mind, and it's just influence rather than direct interaction. Oh, it's gonna jump. It's gonna jump. It jumped. I gotta go up now. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, Lance! Hello, Lance. Thank you so much for coming. I need to scroll up because I've lost where I was. Apologies if you absolutely hate random noises. I am a cacophony of random as hell sounds. I always have been. I don't think it's ever changed in any of the live streams. I can't deal with silence. I just can't do it. What do you like to use rock salt for personally? So I really like using it in protection water magic and also cleansing water magic as well. So I'll use a lot of salt water, especially in ritual baths and ritual showers specifically, because I don't really like using baths, but I like showers. So I'll use it a lot for that. I'll also use it in the form of black salt. I will add it into my black salt for additional cleansing and protection. Generally though, I don't use it all that much because you can't dispose of it very easily. I never use it outside for obvious reasons, and a lot of spirits don't particularly like it that much, so I don't really use a huge amount of it inside my house either. Any stones for productivity? Carnelian. Love that for productivity. It really gets that drive, that focus. Love it. Yellow calcite is really good for studying and focus as well if you're really struggling to focus. They were what I used. They got me through my degree. I used to have them by my bed like all the time, and every exam I would take them with me so that I could focus. Are some metals better for storing energy than others? Yes and no. So it depends on the type of energy that you're planning on storing. So copper is phenomenal. It's a fantastic conductor of energy. It's used a lot in metal ones. If you ever go to like large MBS shows, like Mind, Body and Spirit shows, pagan shows, you'll often find that someone will have a copper pyramid. Now these copper pyramids are ginormous. They're like 6 foot tall, 6 foot across, and you have like people sitting inside them, and energy is directed into the copper pyramid essentially, so that it energizes the space inside for healing and meditation and trance work and those kind of things. Copper is phenomenal. It's my favorite of all of the metals for directing energy and storing energy, but it's very easy to discharge it. So because it is so good at directing energy, anything, even just like a gentle brush along the metal, can cause it to discharge really, really easily, which is why a lot of people will go for silver, particularly in jewelry. They'll also go for brass when it comes to like altar pieces. Brass pentacles are really good for storing energy. Gold, I haven't found it's that good. Some people love using gold, but for me, it's so expensive when I could go for a much cheaper alternative that does a decent job. So I really like using silver. I really like brass. Copper is phenomenal, but copper is really good for discharging energy. So like if you want to store it in something that's, say, silver, and then discharge it with something that's copper, that can be a really good way to do it. How should I begin working with Hecate? I don't work with Hecate, so I can't give you any strong opinions on it because I don't work with Hecate. However, I would say go down the respect that every deity requires, and that is learning about the folklore, the mythology, the legend. Learn about what she likes, what she doesn't like, learn about what animal she's connected to, what colour she's connected to, reach out to her during meditation, and then go from there. A lot of deities will really respect that level of respect that you give by learning about them before you just say, hey, I want to work with you, you know? So I don't know of any like books or resources personally, because I don't work with Hecate. If any of you in the chat do work with Hecate and you do have any really good resources, feel free to put them in the chat, because obviously I don't know everything, and unfortunately, because I don't follow any of the Greek pantheon, I don't have any books specifically on Hecate and her mythology. Can I use a witch's bottle for protection from spell backfires? So witch bottles are scapegoat spells. They are essentially an aspect of you that is separate from yourself that will allow workings to target if any is aimed at you. Now, when it comes to spell backfires, a backfire is your own energy that has been returned to you. Now, your own energy can usually tell the difference between a scapegoat and yourself, because you are the one that sent it out. And also, you should really be focusing on not having backfires versus just using witch bottles to protect against them. Generally, witch bottles are fantastic for protecting against unwanted spirits, wayward energies, and targeted spells that have been aimed at you by another person. However, if you have sent the energy out, usually it's going to come back to you even if you have a scapegoat working, because a scapegoat working is a small aspect of your energy versus you being a ginormous pool of it, and your energy is more likely to come back to the ginormous pool than it is to go to the scapegoat working, which is usually designed for other people's workings. So it's kind of a yes and a no answer, but generally speaking, I would never rely on a witch bottle to protect against backfires, ever. Usually they don't contain enough energy for your own energy to get confused by it, usually anyway. Whew. Breathe. I gotta learn to breathe. So I'm doing that thing again. I'm trying to read and and focus on what I'm looking at the same time. Does witchcraft have to be spiritual? No, not at all. Witchcraft is a secular practice. It doesn't need any kind of belief in any deities or anything like that. Now, of course, witchcraft does require the belief in energy work and magic. Otherwise, you're just going through the motions and you're not actually doing anything. But you don't need any kind of deities. You don't need to work with spirits either if you don't want to. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kaylong. I really appreciate it. Oh, everyone's so nice. Do you have times when you aren't doing ritual or learn something and then feel bad about it? I started university and I don't really have the time now. No, I would never feel bad about it, right? Never. When I was at university, I spent 1.5 years only doing rituals with a coven group. And then the rest of my time, I did not a single ritual for like 2 years. Because I was so busy. I always had essays and assignments and practicals, and I had to always go on field trips, and I had to do, my dissertation, and I had to do write-ups, and there was no time in the day. And that doesn't stop you from being a practitioner. Being a practitioner isn't about doing workings every single day, every single week, every single month. It becomes a state of mind. The way you perceive the world is different. And although I don't do workings unless I have to, so I will try every other option first before I do a working. And for some people, they may say, oh, you're not a real witch then, you're not a real practitioner, you don't do a working every single day or every single week. But the reality is that life gets in the way. If you have small children, if you're looking after people who need your care, if you're at university all the time, or you're just exhausted because you have health conditions, or simply because you just can't sleep at night, that doesn't make you any less of a practitioner, and you shouldn't feel bad about not being able to do workings or research all the time. Last night was the first night in like a month I spent any time reading. I picked up a book, an occult book, for the first time in like a month, because I've just been so hectic and so busy, I haven't had time to do anything. And the thing is social media gives people the opinion that every practitioner spends their entire life doing workings 4 times a day. You know, you've seen it on TikTok and on Instagram and even on YouTube. You know, my channel makes it look like I do witchcraft every single day. And yeah, it is my life. It's what I really enjoy and it's what I love. But I have other commitments as well, you know, and don't let Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever it might be, sway you into thinking that you should feel bad if you don't, because you shouldn't feel bad if you don't. Think of it this way, right? 500 years ago, we would have been struggling not to be eaten by wolves and trying to find enough food and grow enough food to not starve for the winter. I doubt people were doing witchcraft every single day in the aesthetically pleasing way that we see today, because they didn't have the time, they didn't have the money, they had to focus on other things. The same happens today, it's just different things that take up our time, and you really shouldn't feel guilty about that. How was your day? Manic. Absolutely manic. I'll be honest, my last 2 months has been manic. I've had half a day off in 2 weeks. I am tired, I need a holiday. But I just gotta keep going. So yeah, it's been manic. I'm looking forward to being able to read again and sitting and not having to think about work. That would be nice. Are you a polytheistic witch or mono? I'm more of a polytheistic because I follow multiple deities. So I follow 3 different deities rather than just one. I don't think I've ever been monotheistic because my 2 primary deities, or my 2 initial deities, came about at the same time. So I've always been polytheistic, not because it's better than being monotheistic, just because that's how that happened, I guess. Is shadow work as important as people say? No. No. Mainly because shadow work has kind of been adopted into the witchcraft umbrella. I want to make it really clear here, though, that shadow work isn't witchcraft. It's never been witchcraft. Not the shadow work that we hear people talking about today. Shadow work was actually created by, and I'll get the name right this time, is it Carl Jung? Not Carl Jung, it's Carl Jung, I do believe, is the creator of shadow work, and it's essentially therapy without a therapist, which can be, and I'll say it again, I said it in the last live stream, exceptionally dangerous. Shadow work does exist within witchcraft, but it isn't the kind of shadow work that we see today. It isn't therapy without a therapist. Shadow work was a term that was used to describe working with the darker aspects of the world, with the new moon, with the darker phases and cycles of life, with death and with rebirth. That was what was considered shadow magic. Shadow magic today and shadow work today is considered very different, and I will say, if anyone's interested in shadow work, please make sure that you're always being safe, and if possible, please do it with a mental health provider, with a therapist, a trained therapist, because shadow work can be very dangerous if it's done incorrectly, and it can set people back even further mentally than they were before. And if you've been on this channel for a while, you will know my opinion on shadow work being used so freely within the witchcraft community as though it's witchcraft and not therapy, because that's what it is. It's therapy. Do you watch sports? I don't really. I'll watch the swimming and I will watch the diving tournaments because that's my area of expertise. That's kind of the sport that I like. I don't watch anything else. I've never been a very sporty person ever. Was it Utterly Wicked? It was the book. So the book about the baneful magic was called Utterly Wicked. And I want to thank the amazing person who sent it to me out of their own collection because they weren't reading it anymore. They sent me their own book, and I want to say thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate it. It's so deep in my collection. I think it might actually be upstairs because I was reading it fairly recently. And thank you so much because I couldn't get hold of it anywhere, and it was brilliant. Well, so far, it's been brilliant. Are there ways to work with energies? Are there any ways to work energies and spells into crochet and knitting? Yes, it's called Not Magic. And there's some very good books on the subject. I don't know where my book on Not Magic has gone. I actually don't. It was bright orange. I literally couldn't miss it. It was just called Not Magic, but there's a lot out there. There's even Not Magic. Who was it that posted it? I follow someone on, well no, I'm friends with someone on Facebook who posted about it. And it was specifically a book on Not Magic in the form of crochet, which was really cool. There's loads of books out there right now, but if you can find that one, it was all about knitting and crochet and about Not Magic in the form of knitting and crochet. It looked amazing. Now I don't crochet, but I can knit just about. And that looks genuinely really, really cool. So if you can find that book or something similar, that's really what you're after when it comes to spell work into knitting and crochet. What's your thoughts with using a Ouija board for divination? It's a difficult one because divination kind of falls into two camps. So you have divination where you're working with your psychic energy to connect with your inner self. So essentially, you're answering questions that you already know the answer to, but you know the answer to them subconsciously rather than, at the forefront of your mind. And then you have divination that is connecting with spirits to gain answers from spirits. Now, Ouija more falls in the connecting with spirits to gain answers rather than connecting with your inner self. And in which case, it can be a phenomenally good way of gaining answers from spirits. Now, as with all forms of divination where you connect with a spirit, you need to be careful. Now, this isn't me fear-mongering around Ouija boards because a lot of you will already know that I think Ouija boards have a bad reputation for absolutely no reason. However, with all forms of divination, if you are wanting to communicate with spirits, you need to have protections. That could be tarot cards, that could be working with pendulums, that could be working with, dowsing rods, that could be anything. If you're connecting with spirits, you need to be using protections. But if you can do it safely, it is a really good way of doing it. I don't even know what that song is. Oh, it's Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Never mind, figured it out. Right. I'm trying to figure out where the next question is. I always get lost. The first book I read was about Wicca, then I dedicated candles to deities because I thought I had to. I'm still very new and I don't want to work with deities. What should I do with the candles? You can cleanse them. Washing them is a good option, just washing them in fresh water, cold water, and then just allowing them to dry, and then you can just use them for different things. You can thank the deities for your assistance, then cleanse the candles, and then you can use them separately. Or you can burn them down completely, dispose of the remains accordingly, and then buy new candles as and when you need to use them. It really all depends on what you feel most comfortable doing. Trying to figure out where I was. I'm really trying to figure out where I was. Whoa, here we go. Here's what. Sorry, I'm getting lost so easily today. What is your favourite British TV show? That's a really good one. Favorite British TV shows. It's difficult because like there's so many, and also I kind of get lost and I kind of forget which ones are British and which ones aren't. What is that? What is the? Oh God, I'm gonna have to remember the name of it. There's one I really love. I'll only watch the first 2 seasons though. I will never watch season 3, and I do believe there's season 4, and I will never ever watch them. And it's not Skins. It's the other one. It's the one where they get superpowers. They get superpowers while they're doing community service. If you know what that one is, I'm terrible with names. That one is a phenomenal TV show. I always forget. Is it called Misguided? I think, is it called No, what is it called? Oh, that's going to drive me insane. It's not called Misguided. What is it called? I've forgotten. If anyone knows what that TV show is called, I will greatly appreciate it, because Misfits. That's it, Misfits. Phenomenal TV show. I will only watch the first 2 seasons though. I'll never watch anything else because like they completely removed the original cast. Like they just weren't paying attention to the original cast anymore. And so yeah, if you want to watch a really funny, really, really British TV show, I mean like really British. I'm not talking like Downton Abbey British. I'm talking like British. Misfits is a really, really good one. Thank you so much, Brandy, and I'm so glad that you liked it. I'm so glad. I always get really, really worried, especially starting like a new project, that no one will like it, but yeah. Yeah, what other British TV shows do I really like? I don't really know. I like The Great British Bake Off. That's very British. I don't watch all that much British TV though, to be fair. Oh no, it's not British. It's not British, but it's really, really good, and the main guy is British. And that is the Constantine TV show, not the one with Keanu Reeves. I love Keanu Reeves, but he's not Constantine. He never will be. He's American. We need a proper good British actor, and we got one with the Constantine TV show, except they cancelled it halfway through season 1, and I'm still mad about it. But if you want an actual good program that talks about real occult magical practices in a fantasy world, it's phenomenal. Like genuinely, their discussion on Coblano is phenomenal. All of the symbols that they use within that show are actual witchcraft symbols. The discussion on spirits is, for the most part, accurate, but it's put in a fantasy context. So obviously it's not real witchcraft, it's not real magic, but there's so much complex information in that is actually real, and it's freaking awesome. And if you have the opportunity to watch it, it's really, really good. It's really, really good. Have you watched The Craft? I hate The Craft. I'm not going to go into it again because I go into it every single time. I hate the 1996 The Craft. In theory, it should be great, but there was so many problems that came out of that movie for the witchcraft community, and we still haven't shaken them. So it's like it's a decent film, but it like makes me really angry all at the same time. And I've got to the point now where I actually can't watch films that make me angry. It's a little bit off tangent, but this past week I've been watching like Halloween movies. Like I've been trying to get into it, and I've been watching old Halloween, like old Disney Channel Halloween movies. So like when I was growing up, it was Phantom of the Megaplex, it was Don't Look Under the Bed, it was My Mum's Dating a Vampire, or whatever that one was called. That one was really good. It was Halloween Town. And I started watching My Mum's Dating a Vampire. Phenomenal, holds up, it's fantastic. Then last night I tried to watch Don't Look Under the Bed, and I was so unbelievably angry while watching that movie. I got like 15 minutes in, and I was like, I can't watch this. I'm so angry. I'm sitting there watching this movie, and I just hate this film. I used to love it when I was a kid, but when you're an adult, you look at things differently, don't you? And I've just discovered I hate that film, and it makes me angry, so I just had to turn it off. I've reached that point now where I actually cannot watch anything that makes me even remotely angry. So I just have to just like turn it off. I'm trying to find where I was again because it jumped a minute ago, so I'm back up to where I was now. What do I say to my friends who make jokes about calling on bad spirits when they see my altar? Literally just talk to them about it. Just say, can you please stop? Because if they're truly your friends, they're going to want to respect you. And if they don't respect you, take it from someone who has a zero bullshit policy with friends. If they don't respect you and they're not going to respect what you believe in, and then they don't care about making sure that you feel safe in your own, belief system, then they're not your friends. It's brutal, yeah, it sucks, but really, if they're truly your friends, if you tell them, can you please stop, because this isn't a joke, this is my belief system, if they still continue it, then they're not really your friends. And it's a really sad reality of it, that some people just aren't. I've gotten my spell answered in a very positive way. How can I give thanks or return the energy out to the universe? I do not work with any specific deities. You could just light a candle just to give thanks, just kind of an honorary candle. It's similar to what you would maybe do with a spirit or a deity, except instead of gifting it to a spirit or a deity, you are gifting it to whoever, whatever energy answered your goals, and then do it that way. So instead of dedicating it to a specific character, figure, you're just giving it to whoever assisted you. Thoughts on the crossover between Fae in the British Isles and Fae in the US? Yeah, Fae are everywhere. Everywhere. I've met a lot of people who are like, Fae only exist in Europe, and it's like, no, they exist everywhere. It's just the name for the spirit is different. We see figures all over the world for all kinds of different spirits. So for instance, a banshee. Banshee is a really common term in America, and it's also really popular in Europe, but these spirits that scream or create sound to warn the dead or a living person that they are to die are seen in every culture around the world. Brownies or household spirits are found everywhere around the world. It's just the name is cultural, obviously. The name is based on the dialect of the local area during that time period. So the name might change, but the spirit remains the same. And you see similar spirits being treated in similar ways all around the world. I mean, in Wales, they're given one name, in Scotland another, in Ireland another, in Britain another, in Germany they're given something slightly different. And you can see it in the old stories, in the old fairy tales, in legends and bedtime stories. And a lot of people believe that they came, as is mentioned, with the colonizers, but there's so many stories and legends of these spirits existing beforehand. I don't believe that spirits are reliant on people. You know what I mean? Like, a fairy doesn't need me for it to travel somewhere else. It can just go somewhere else if it wanted to. They're spirits. So it's more that these spirits were already there. It's just maybe the name was given by the colonizers. The name was given to a spirit that probably was already there. Because you see, Brothers Grimm, they talk a lot about fairies in their legends and in their stories. These stories were already present in Ireland and Scotland and Wales and England, but they're given different names, but the stories all line up. Everything always lines up in the end. Thoughts on interacting with deities by talking to the candle and seeing if it moves, like on TikTok? It's a difficult one, right? Because there is very valid practices that use flame interactions for answering questions. However, I don't believe anything that I see on TikTok. And also, it's really important to remember that by talking, if someone has a candle flame right in front of them, now I've never seen these videos, this is what I'm assuming is going to be happening. So they've got a candle flame right in front of them and they are talking. We are creating air. We are releasing air. We are disturbing it as we are talking. That's going to impact the candle flame. So it's one thing to be sitting in meditation on the other side of the room, not moving, completely still, and asking a question to a deity in your mind and having the candle flame respond when you have all windows and doors shut and you've got no one else in your house and there's no ventilation, versus someone talking to a candle with it being 6 inches away from their face and disturbing the air. Do you know what I mean? So I would take everything that you see on TikTok at face value, and I mean everything. That doesn't just apply to witchcraft, that applies to literally everything, because short form media doesn't allow for that much discussion about what's going on. And also you don't get to see different angles usually of what's happening. Now, it is a valid form of deity communication, but it does need to be done in very specific ways to stop kind of general disturbances as we see when we're just talking. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. So the banshee is found almost everywhere. It's just they have different interpretations of the same spirit. So we have it in Black Shuck. Black Shuck in the British Isles is considered a form of banshee. So a Black Shuck is a black dog, and they were said to be omens of death. And to hear a Black Shuck howl, and to be the only one to hear a Black Shuck howl, is said to be a foretelling of your death, much as the banshee, as is seen in Irish mythology. If you were to hear the scream of the woman, it's believed that she foretold your death. These kind of legends are found all around the world. So I find it difficult to believe personally that humans are the ones that moved spirits around, and actually I think it's a little egocentric to believe that a spirit has to rely on you as a person, a temporary meat sack, to move a spirit around. Do you know what I mean? And like, yes, some spirits are going to be, attached to people, but especially the Fae, they're also, they're very strong beings. They aren't reliant on us to interact. And this is a different question. I'm not necessarily anti-TikTok. I am TikTok cautious. Let's put it that way. I'm TikTok cautious. And we've seen enough things on TikTok that just are so easily disproven. We've had the people who do this in front of incense smoke and it goes straight and they're like, oh, I have magical powers. And it's like, no, that's what incense does. Like, incense has its patterns, and if you can track the pattern of how it's going to burn, it's relatively easy to know that if I put my hand up right this second, it's going to go straight and I'm going to look magical. And once again, it's the same problem, is that incense smoke is used in divination. However, it has a very specific technique that goes with it that limits the amount of interaction we have with it. And so it takes a lot of the I am moving, therefore I'm causing it out of it. Do you know what I mean? And so a lot of these viral videos on TikTok, they don't have that removed. So yes, something mysterious and magical could be happening, but also we have there's too much variation there. There's too much possibility for interaction that hasn't been taken out. And on TikTok, we can't see how any of these factors have been limited because it's like a 10-second clip. And yes, temporary meat sack is the best way I can describe it. I mean, especially when it comes to the Fae, right? The Fae can be hundreds of years old. I mean, a lot of house Fae actually are still pissed that we don't leave offerings anymore because they are so old. Isn't the right, I'm not trying to be offensive when I say old. I mean, they have so many years behind them. They still remember a time when humans gave offerings every single day, when we still worked in the fields and we struggled to survive. Fae they aren't reliant on human years. So I would argue a lot of Fae would probably refer to us as temporary meat sacks, because that's basically what we are. To them anyway. I'd say that's what they are. Right, I am gonna scroll back up again. Customs didn't check properly if they found Fae in their pockets. That's very true. Right, I am going to scroll back up again to find where I was, because I jumped back down to the bottom again, and then I will keep going on the questions. I don't want to lose track of where I am too much. I probably will. Oh, I think I was about here. Someone said Freddy in all capitals. So here was that was the TikTok question. I think I'm about here. I love the Pagan Portals books because I have such a short attention span. They make me feel accomplished and I can actually complete a book. There we go. They definitely have a market, definitely. And the Pagan Portal books are fantastic. They're very well written. They do have a very Wiccan influence, but you really can read past that. They're really quite good, concise books. For me, they're not really wordy enough, but that's because I read ridiculous books. Like, sometimes it gets silly. So there is that. Do you know of any crystals that help front lobe headaches? Now, I feel the need to say this, even though it probably isn't the case, I feel the need to. If you are getting repeated headaches, please make sure that you go to your primary care to make sure something isn't wrong. Limit the amount of time you spend on screens. I know that you're currently watching me on a screen somehow, so maybe dim the brightness a little bit. When it comes to temporary headaches, I typically lie in a dark room with a piece of clear quartz on my forehead for about 10 minutes, and that seems to massively help. Now, whether that is lying in a dark room, keeping my eyes closed, or the clear quartz, I'm not quite sure, but I find the combination of the three works pretty well. But of course, always take care. If you are getting headaches suddenly, they're really, really painful, they're really frequent, please make sure you get that checked out. I also come equipped with sound effects and a soundtrack. Yeah, I had this at the weekend. I did a show last weekend, and my dad kept looking at me like I was absolutely bonkers because I always have a song in my head. I'm always dancing to a song. I can't help it, and it's usually something really, really random, something that I would never listen to in my normal life. What was it? There was a jazz song. Is it called Singing? I think it's called Singing with the Swing. I had that in my head for like 4 straight hours. And then I had Whitney Houston in my head. I've never chosen to listen to Whitney Houston. Phenomenal voice, never chosen to listen to it. It's not my thing. I come with a built-in soundtrack. And it's even more apparent when I'm at like shows and events, when I'm there for hours on end, because it just comes out. It just comes out. I can't hold it in. Is there a certain time to practice candle magic? That entirely depends on what it is that you are doing. So if you are working a banishing spell, you might want to be working between midnight and 3 a.m. on a new moon. If you are working to bring success or to improve communication, you might want to be doing a candle spell on a Wednesday around midday. You know, it's going to depend on what you want and how many correspondences you want to add in. You can literally do candle magic whenever you want. It depends on what aspects of the world around you want to be taking into account. Have you ever entertained child spirits? I mean, I've had experience with child spirits. I tend to just let them do their thing and then leave. I don't want to have to deal with them all the time. That sounds really mean, but child spirits are usually they want a lot of interaction. And I am not great at giving interaction to people, as my friends will know all too well. I literally disappear off the face of the earth for months on end, and then I reappear happy as anything. So I tend to allow child spirits to come and go, and usually they're quite happy to just come and go. They're not distressed in any way. Usually they're pretty relaxed. They're usually just looking for someone to play with. And I'm not that person. So I usually let them come and go. And just let them be on their way. What's the difference between a witch's bottle and a witch's ball? A witch's ball is derived from an old folk technique for kind of pushing away witches. It was originally used to dispel witches. I have a full video on the history of witch balls. You can just search for it on the channel. It will be there. So a witch ball is essentially designed to push away spirits and unwanted energies, and if they do continue to interact, it will entrap them inside. Now, a witch's bottle is a scapegoat working. So one is a protection working, one is a scapegoat working. Witches' bottles are more associated with interfering energies. They are an aspect of you in a vessel. So when any baneful working is aimed towards you, it will be redirected into that bottle, which may then break when it is full of unwanted energies. whereas a witch's ball is usually used to trap unwanted spirits and spirits that are interacting with your space that won't leave you alone and are then disposed of separately, although witches' balls can be charged with different intentions if necessary. That's basically the difference. Basically. Is deity interaction direct or subtle? Both. It really depends on the deity that you're working with. You'll find some deities will like slap you around the face, whereas other deities will be like, excuse me, excuse me, can I talk to you? So like it really depends on the deity that you're working with, as well as why they need your attention and what kind of interaction you're going to have. So I've had some deities that are literally like, listen to me, and then I've had others that are like, hello, I would like to talk to you about your extended warranty. Just kind of like peering their head around the doorframe like, can I talk please? So yeah, it really depends. Right. Oh, now we're on Grandson. Very different from the Winnie the Pooh theme song. I'm just reeling through them today. We've had Winnie the Pooh, we've had Over the Rainbow, and now we've had... What is it called? Face Down? I don't know, it's really good. If you've never listened to Grandson's music, it's awesome. At least I think it's awesome. But then I think most people could say that about the music they like. Ah, what a strange coincidence. I'm just reading down and someone else has said about lying and placing a crystal on their forehead, except they use an iolite, whereas I use a clear quartz. So different people, different, same technique, different stone. So it really is worth kind of trying different stones and seeing what works good for headaches. Any knowledge on the Grim Reapers or Grim Reaper? Do you think it's a real being or just folklore? Are they benevolent or indifferent? So, as far as I'm aware, it really all depends on your definition of the Grim Reaper. So for some people, they believe that the Grim Reaper is the one that takes life, whereas other people consider the Grim Reaper to be more of a transport from one realm to another. And in which case, there's an entire plethora of mythology and legend surrounding psychopomps. Now, psychopomps are deities or spirits, depending on the culture, that guide the dead from life into the afterlife. And there's an entire collection of deities out there that are specifically psychopomps. And the Grim Reaper may well fall into that. Now, the Grim Reaper doesn't necessarily fit into a particular pantheon, but in particular cultures, the Grim Reaper is a really strong symbol, and much like god forms, may well actually take form because so many people recognize its existence. So you could argue that the Grim Reaper is a psychopomp, depending on your definition of what the Grim Reaper is. Sorry, don't mind me, just having a jam session over here. I can't help it, genuinely. I'm just sitting in this room by myself and I'm like, just jamming out. It's not the most accurate musically, but it's tremendously fun. What books and or practice would you recommend for paranormal investigation? So this is a really interesting one. Now, I don't know of any books, although I'm sure there are some out there. But when it comes to paranormal investigation, my first step would always be to learn about spirits, learn about how they respond, how they react, why they do the things they do. Because by golly, I love paranormal ghost shows. However, 9 times out of 10, they are incredibly disrespectful. They have no knowledge or understanding of why spirits do what they do. And at the end of the episode, they always blame either Satanism or witchcraft. And it's neither accurate nor suitable, and yet they still do it. So if you're going to be working in the paranormal field and doing some paranormal investigation, I would really recommend doing some research on spirits and spirit encounters, and doing some research on the different ways that they might manifest and why. You know, child spirits will often, or just human spirits in general, will often attach themselves onto dolls because they enjoy having that feeling of having a form again. That's why dolls are seen so often in horror movies, having ghosts attached to them, because in real life, lots of human spirits enjoy being in dolls and doll-like figures because it makes them feel like they have a form again. And spirits will knock things over and try and interact with you because they're trying to get your attention, not because they necessarily want to scare you. Whereas obviously in some cases you're going to have poltergeist activity, which is going to be very malicious. And I find the best paranormal investigators I've ever met are the ones who are capable of discerning spirit from spirit, what the interactions mean, rather than just assuming that every spirit is a demon, which I think we've all seen people do, and it's really disheartening and it gets really, really frustrating. Is there such a thing as Swedish or German folk magic? Oh, every country. I know people have already said this. Every country has their own folk magic. Folk magic is just magic of the people. So, I mean, England's a good example of this because it's relatively well documented. Every city, every village had different traditions, and different people practice things in slightly different ways. The same can be translated everywhere around the world. Different families would have different superstitions and would practice different things within their community. And it's still there. It's still present. You'll still find people doing it to this day. It's just hidden, more secretive. You might need to look at mythology and folklore. Fairy tales, like literally bedtime stories for children, contain a huge amount of clues and information when it comes to folk magic from a particular region. So if you do have any folk tales and legends, bedtime stories from your area, it could be worth kind of going through them and having a look and picking out which aspects are likely witchcraft that was disguised within a children's story, because it's found everywhere. It's just about how to look for it, because it's still there and people probably still practice it even to this day, even if it's in a slightly different form. What's going on today? Oh, Merlin! I forgot Merlin is a TV show. Yes, Merlin's a fantastic British TV show. How could I forget that? I think I probably need to watch it again. I think this is my cue to start watching it again. Like, I forgot it existed, therefore I now need to watch it. This is how this works. The show My Babysitter's a Vampire, that was amazing. Oh no, that's awful though. The fact they took over their school, their high school, and so it was so difficult getting to class. That's really annoying, but that show was amazing. I was way too old for that show when I watched it, and it was so good. I was so sad they didn't make another season. If I drank a full glass of moon water, would it make my spells and manifestations more powerful? Yes and no. Drinking water alone is not going to do anything to make your spells more powerful. But if you were to take the energy that you gained by doing that and imbue it in your spells and manifestations, then yes, it would. If that makes sense. So just drinking the water isn't going to do much, but taking that energy and putting it to use probably will. Oh no, why is I have it plugged in. Hang on, we're going to have to do some rejigging down the side of this sofa. It's telling me that my battery is going to go flat, except everything is plugged in. Well, that's not good. Oh dear. Oh. Nope, that didn't work. Oh. Huh. Nothing is working. That's worrying, isn't it? If this live stream goes off, you know why. That is plugged in. There's nothing more I can do to that. Let me try this. No. Nothing. It appears my battery is not working. Well, that's not good. Oh dear. Oh no. I've already unplugged and I've unplugged and replugged everything. This is the only plug in this room, and it was working from... I just unplugged my light and it was working, and now it's not working. So if this live stream will go off in about 2 minutes, because this isn't doing anything. No, nothing. Nothing. That's not good. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god, it worked! I never thought... No, it stopped working again. Oh my god, why did that work and then it stopped working? No, that didn't work. It did and then it didn't. Okay, never mind. This isn't going to work. Nothing, it's not, my laptop is going to die. That is what is currently happening right now. And it's plugged in. And yeah, the plug's on right. Everything's right. I already have. I've wiggled the cord. I've done everything. Wait, there. Nope, it's off again. There. Am I gonna have to hold my freaking power cord? I'm gonna have to hold my goddamn power cord. Okay, right, I'm gonna hold it here. Guess who has to buy a new power cord for their laptop tomorrow? I'm thinking what's happening is that over time, my power cord's gotten bent, probably, and now it's only working upside down. I just choked on air. Now it's only working upside down at a very certain angle, so I'm just gonna have to, like... Rejig? Will you stay? If I hold you down with a battery, will you stay? I love how you say tape, except I can't stand up to get tape. I'm just gonna hold it. I literally just did myself damage by choking on air. There's always a drama on these live streams. Right. So I'm 4 minutes behind the stream, so these messages are like spoilers that something wrong is happening. It's okay, it appears to have corrected itself. It's still only on 8%, but I'm just going to hold the power cord here and I'm going to go up to where I was and I'm going to continue and try and answer as many questions as I can before this well and truly dies. That sounds like a good plan. I have, however, unplugged my filming light, so the lighting isn't quite right, but once my battery is on a better power... Actually, can I just lean over and plug it in now? Aha, I can. Cool. Okay, so now I'm going to go back through. This is the perfect time, isn't it? Hello, everyone that is new to the live stream. We are going through technical difficulties for the 1255th time. And this happens every live stream for reference. It's just par for the course. If you are new, I try to answer all of the questions chronologically. So if you have already asked a question, it's likely that I haven't got to it yet, rather than me not answering it. I do everything chronologically. If I've already done a video on the question, or I simply don't want to answer it, or I've already answered the question, I will skip it because I don't want to have it be too repetitive for the people who are here, you know, all the time. So, with that being said, I shall continue answering questions before my laptop well and truly dies. So if you hear a ding, that is my laptop telling me that it's dropped off the power connector. That might get really annoying, but I'm trying to hold it really steady so it stays on charge. I have been told by a medium that I have the abilities to see and speak to spirits. Recently, I've been seeing shadows more often since I started witchcraft. Could this be a spiritual awakening? I mean, it could be. It could be that since you've been told that, you are more aware of the things that are around you. It could be that shades are interested in you, and that's something to be said. When you do start witchcraft, it's like turning on a light in the dark. And you'll often find that spirits are more interested in you, and so you'll probably begin noticing spirits more. Now, usually these spirits are simply curious. They just want to see what you'll like and interact with you. And so you may well simply be experiencing more spirits because they're interested in seeing what's going on. Could you tether your personal energy to the external energy like a battery or the moon to increase energy you can build up on your own? As in, like, to charge yourself or to charge the battery? Because I would never suggest anyone attach themselves to the energy of the moon, because that will send you round the bend. There's a reason that the term lunatic has the word lunar in it. And lunar energy, long term, especially attached like that, can have some really strong effects on the body that are not particularly nice. So I'd never recommend you attach yourself onto a battery like that. But attaching the working onto a battery like that is usually pretty okay, because it's more controllable, it's going to have less physical effects for you, less mental effects for you. I would never suggest you attach your energy onto a battery like the moon. It's just going to lead to problems. However, attaching yourself to a battery that you've created and you're charging it over time and then you're going to discharge it, that's a different thing, because that's your energy then that you're going to be taking back again. You're not going to be influenced by the energies of something different. Right. I'm so scared to move my hand. What are we on now? We are on... What battery are we on? 9. Oh, I've gone up 1 whole %. I think this is just a sign that my my battery on my computer is really not very good. How can I gain favour with the Fae, and what can they do for me? Okay, how do I say this nicely? If your first question is what can they do for you, the answer is that they're probably not going to want anything to do with you. Spirits don't exist to offer us things. And that's not me saying that that's your sole intention. This is just a general thing, is that if anyone's first thought when interacting with a spirit is, I wonder what I can get out of this, that's not a good mindset to connect with any kind of spirit. And spirits can usually tell what your intentions are before you can, and they're not going to be particularly nice with you if that's the way you go in. So to gain favour with the Fae is to give them your time. Interact with them, share space with them, treat them with respect, treat the land around them with respect. Give offerings if you can, when you want to. Just be around them as you would when you're starting a friendship with someone, or you're interacting with wildlife. You're going to want to start slowly, building up trust and understanding and respect on both sides, and then developing a connection that way. But usually Fae can tell what your intentions are before you do. And so it's really important to not be going in thinking of what they can give you, because they probably won't give you anything. Thank you so much, Ashley. That's a really cute little emoji, actually, with the sunglasses and the wave and the little... That's so cute. Thank you. Right, where was I? Do you think that even if you have a gift to see spirits, do you think spirits can hide themselves from us if they don't want to interact with a person? Oh, yes, completely. Especially Fae. Fae in particular are very well known for this. They're able to make themselves unseen or seen by us. And so, you know, you might be able to sense Fae. Like, I can sense when they're around, but I can't always see them unless they choose to be seen, or unless they don't realise that I'm there and they don't know to not be seen. And I'm assuming the same could probably be said for other spirits as well. There's probably a level of choice that goes behind that. Yeah, I definitely with the Fae, not sure about everything else, but that's mainly because I don't have the experience with everything else. So other people will have to let us know if they have more experience with other things as well. How do you work with elementals? So elementals is kind of a similar approach to working with the Fae. You're going to want to connect with them and understand them a little bit more. Elementals can be exceptionally powerful or exceptionally gentle, but depending on who's working with them and why. So it's about understanding the energy, understanding what they feel like, spending time working with water, different temperatures, different types. Does the energy feel different between an ocean or a lake or a bog? You know, what feels different? And then you can start calling them into workings during, like, in their area. So if you're by a fire, for instance, if you're by a bonfire, call them into a working that you're doing a few feet or a few meters away. If you're by a river, call them into a working that you're doing on the riverbank. Once you've gained that kind of insight into them, you spent time around each of the elements. You know, if it's a really windy day on a hilltop, call them into that working. And then as you develop a repertoire with them, you can then be further and further away from their base, essentially. Because elements are found everywhere. It's just the further from their kind of physical form, the harder it is to interact with them. So once you've developed that connection, you can then bring them into your space. What is the book? There's a particular book, I think it's called Practical Witchcraft. I think it's called Practical Witchcraft. I can't remember. I mentioned it in my... Did I mention it in my beginner witchcraft video? I can't remember. I think I did. It's called Practical Witchcraft, and in that book, it's mentioned how you develop, how the individual, the author, developed relationships with elementals. It's a fascinating read. So that's a good one. I'll have to see if I can find the book. Is it actually here? It's so annoying because I've got to hold this stinking cable. I don't even think I have it. I think my mum has it. I think it's called Practical Witchcraft. I think I'll have to check. Oh, John, thank you so much. My aunt appreciates every single box that gets bought, so the fact that you really like the box will mean a lot when I tell her that. It really will. Is that one? Sorry, I was reading and I didn't say it out loud. I bought the book Psychic Witch, A Metaphysical Guide to Meditation, Magic and Manifestation. Do you recommend to do the meditation practices while you read or after I finish the book? Both. It's good to do just as you're going, especially on books that are, they kind of flow through. So the first practices kind of lead on to the secondary practices, which lead on to the third practices. So I'd say do both. Do them during and do them after as well. Thoughts on tree communication or plant communication? Have you ever done it? I commune with plant spirits. That's what I do when I'm working with Ogham and just tree spirits and tree energies generally. It's not a physical communication, it's more of a psychic communication, and also you can essentially listen to the leaves. I feel a bit like I belong in a Disney musical right now. So yeah, there is a few books on the subject. I'm trying to think of a book that does it justice. You have Celtic Tree Magic. Yeah, Celtic Tree Magic, I believe, discusses it. And then I just bought a book. I say I just bought a book on the subject. I bought a book on the subject 6 months ago that I cannot for the life of me remember what it's called. But there's lots of books. If you look for books regarding tree spirits, and there's quite a few out there, or tree magic, they will usually always talk about tree communication in some form or another. I really need to sort out my bookshelf again and get everything on it, but it won't fit all of them, or at least like have them stacked up so that in times like this, I can just look over and I can see the book. That would be amazing. I really need to do that. How do you find working with the goddess Bridget? Have you ever felt fine 1 minute and uneasy connecting to them the next? I hope this makes sense. I've never felt that with Bridget. I have felt that a lot with Ceridwen, and that's because Ceridwen kind of scares me. Every time, and I mean every time, I light an offering candle, I interact with Ceridwen in any way, shape or form, she turns my life into a shit show. She turns it upside down. She rips every stable thing out from underneath me. And so I feel really uneasy. And I love you, Ceridwen. Fantastic deity. Just very, very strong. And I have that level of uneasiness because I'm worried about what's going to happen next. So that's how I felt that. It's not with Bridget. It's with Ceridwen. But it may well be a similar thing. What do crystal vibrations mean, and how do you incorporate it into your practice? So people often refer to crystal vibrations as being different energies. So different crystals will vibrate at a different level energetically. So if you're sensing the energy of a stone, if say I were to pick up an agate and a malachite, just using energy sensing, I could tell which hand contained which, even if I hadn't seen the crystals. Like if I had my eyes closed and I had no idea which was which, you can tell the difference because the vibration is different depending on the stone. And then these are then added into spellwork and rituals, so the energy of the crystal can then be imbued within the energy of that working. That's typically what people mean. There are some variations across the practice, was the word I was trying to say, depending on the person and also their background. I believe that if you're in crystal healing, it's maybe a different definition, but I'm not really sure. Do you read poetry books? No. It's not that I don't like poetry books, it's just that I'm not really, I don't really have the time. How do you deal with the argument that this all isn't scientific or isn't real, such as crystals are just rocks or magic and prayer has been proven false? I don't really bother, because what's the point? This is my question, right? Why would I waste my breath trying to convince someone of something they don't want to be convinced on? I don't see the point. I've moved past it. I don't care anymore. The older I get, the less patient I am with people. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't want to learn about it, then don't make it my problem if you don't believe in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, the thing is that every culture around the world has this belief system. In one form or another, they believe in other things, whether that's spirits, whether that's ancestors, whether that's deities, whatever it might be. Every culture that has ever existed through the entirety of human history has believed in something like this. It's only recently where medicine, as in like witchcraft medicine, has been proven to have real physical manifested results and has now been called science. And it's fine to me if someone doesn't want to believe in witchcraft. It doesn't affect me. And I don't see the point in having it affect me. So I don't deal with the argument, because as far as I'm concerned, keep me out of it. You know, if someone wants to have the argument of prayer being bullshit, then they can take it up with someone who cares a little bit more. Because I'm willing to interact with people and talk to people about it. And I've met so many people, you know, touring around doing shows and events who don't believe in witchcraft but are really interested in learning more, that they're really curious as to how someone chooses to believe in it. But if someone comes to me and they're like, convince me that it's real, I'm like, fuck off. Leave me alone. It's not your job to convince someone else of what they should believe in. Do you know what I mean? So if they want to believe that science is the be all and end all of the world, then that's fine with them. And I'm a very scientific person, right? My YouTube history is all chemistry and biology. Like, I'm a very science-based person, but it's not my job to make someone believe. It never has been, and I don't think it really should be either. So yes. Wait, Walking with Trees. I think that's the book I'm referring to, about the Celtic, about the tree magic, about the communication with trees. I think it's Walking with Trees. I think. Anyway, I'm gonna go back up again now because it dropped me all the way down to the bottom. So I'm gonna pop back up again to where I was. Where was I? I think I was about here. Yeah, I think I was about here. Do you have a video covering invocation? No. And the reason why is because people use it recklessly and they use it dangerously and they put themselves in harm's way. I might do videos on evocation, but I don't think I will ever on this channel do a video on invocation, because the one thing I have learned is that individual people may be smart, but people in general are incredibly stupid and they will do very, very stupid things. And invocation is incredibly dangerous if you don't know how to do it and you don't know how to banish what you've summoned into you out of you again. That I don't think I would ever do. I might end up doing it on Patreon perhaps one day, but maybe I'll stick with evocations and then we'll see from there probably. Thank you so much, Obsidian. That name is amazing, by the way. Obsidian Roseheart. That is a beautiful name. Thank you so much. Do 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 do. So spirits long for a form. How come? Not all spirits. I think it's important to remember here that when I'm referring to spirits as in like during paranormal investigation, I'm referring to human spirits, which can you really blame them? If you've been ignored for the last 50 years because you live in an abandoned house, I think most spirits would want a form. Especially if that's what they're used to. You know, if they haven't become accustomed to being a spirit yet, the desire to have a human-like form is probably something that a lot of people fall back on. And it's not going to be all people, because everyone's an individual, but you have people who really enjoy comfort and repetition and safety, and those are the kind of spirits that usually desire a form. Often children as well really like forms, like dolls. Because it's that comfort, it's that safety that they get from something that feels and seems human, even if it isn't. Do 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 do. Have you read the Pagan book of Living and Dying? I have never read it, but I'm gonna have to check that out because that seems like an interesting one. Do you really believe that there may be good souls, demons, etc.? Possibly can be a realized actual sinister to people stranger. I have no idea what that last sentence is. I feel like I'm just reading it wrong, but possibly you really do believe that there may be a good soul, demons, etc. Possibly can be a realized actual sinister to people stranger. I have the feeling that something went wrong in that last sentence. Whether there's a word that's been like auto-corrected wrong. But yes, I have worked with demons and human spirits and the like. So at this point, I have really no choice but to believe in. John Hurt had the perfect voice for the dragon. He really did. I'm going to have to watch Merlin again because that was amazing. Ba 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 da ba. Do 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 do. You've mentioned before that you never smoke cleanse anymore in order to not bother the house spirits. What do you recommend as cleansing then? I don't personally, because I don't need to. I have protections up that require me to not need cleansing that often, and I have spirits that interact with other spirits that act as further protection, and I typically don't need to do house cleansing because of everything I've put in place. Now, that's not going to be the same for everyone, of course. It depends on the kind of protections you have and how clean your house, like, energetically was beforehand. I don't house cleanse at all because I don't need to. But that's because I've put other things in place, because I knew when I moved in that there were spirits. I knew when I came to look at the house that there were spirits, and I didn't really want to interfere with them, and the energy of the house wasn't bad to start off with. So as long as I don't bring anything in that's bad, which is why I've got all the protections and I've got personal protections and whatnot, generally it's pretty okay for me to not do any house cleansings. I'll like cleanse individual items as necessary, and then go from there. Who would win a battle, Piper, Halliwell, or Merlin? Merlin. I could pitch Merlin against basically anyone, and I think he would win. He's like bumbling and doesn't really know what he's doing, and yet still manages to be super epic. So he'd probably win. Plus, I just generally prefer Merlin. Sorry, Piper Halliwell, but I just prefer Merlin. I have orbs that... Oh, my voice broke then. Wow. I have orbs that follow me in my home. What do you think they are? Orbs? They could really be anything. Are we talking about visible orbs or orbs on photos? Orbs on photos are often dirt, dust particles that are refracting the light. If we're talking visuals, it may well be fae. Fae often produce light anomalies. It could be spirits. It really all depends on the history of the home and the kind of things that have happened there historically on the land and whatnot. Is it okay to work with more than one deity when you first start working with deities, or should you just stick to one at first? It's very personal, depending on what you feel comfortable with and the kind of deities that you're working with. Just make sure that the deities aren't going to be annoyed at each other's presences. You know, make sure that you are giving each deity the time that is required, just to make sure, you know, nothing's interfering. Practical solitary magic, that's the one. Yes, thank you so much, Kelly. Practical solitary magic is the one that discusses elementals and working with them in the author's own way. It was really interesting to read. I've never heard of anyone else talk about how they interacted with elementals, so that was a really cool read. The book is a little bit Wicca orientated, a little bit, but it's because it's a book of its age. You know, I think it was written in the 90s, I believe, when it was very common for books to have that kind of Wiccan influence. You can definitely read past it though, and I thoroughly enjoyed that book. My hand is actually cramping where I'm holding this power cord like so tightly. I'm like determined that it's not going to fall off the side of my computer. Are you any good at math? I am terrible at maths. I'm not terrible at maths, my brain is not equipped for doing things mentally, so like mental maths, not my forte. I'm just not very good at maths. I've never been very good at maths, ever. It's not my thing. Could you please recommend any ways to find and connect to reputable psychic or rescue mediums? Was this meant to be rescue mediums, or was it meant to be psychic mediums? Maybe rescue mediums. I've never heard of a rescue medium, but maybe rescue medium who work with paranormal investigators. Mind, Body and Spirit shows are great for that. There's a lot of mediums that attend Mind, Body and Spirit shows to work with clients, and they often have a large range of resources online to give you like reviews and see what they do, and you might find one that works with paranormal investigators. And I just saw my tarot deck that I lost about 2-3 hours ago that I genuinely looked everywhere for, and it's sitting right in front of me. I literally lifted that entire set up. How is that even balancing? I don't know how to describe how it's balancing. I have a stack of artwork like in frames, And it's all balancing on a tarot deck that's all the way over to this side. It's like this side is the tarot deck and the prints are like all the way over here on top of it. I'm like, how did I not see that? How is that even staying upright? You know what? I'm not even going to question it. I'm not even going to question it. There's probably something like wedged under it that's holding it up, but from this angle, it looks like gravity-defying feet is happening on a coffee table on the other side of the room. Are there any languages you would like to learn? I really want to continue to learn Welsh. I was doing so good. I was doing it every single day. And then all of a sudden, I just got dead busy and I just never picked it up again. And I'm so annoyed. I love Welsh. I've always wanted to learn Welsh. I didn't learn it at all when I was in Wales. And I don't know why. I think I was just so busy. I really want to learn Welsh. So that is my next thing that I will inevitably forget to ever do. I'm not very good at languages. You've probably already noticed I'm terrible at remembering the names of literally anything. I know what the cover of a book would look like. I know what the contents of the book were like. I cannot for the life of me tell you what the name of it is. So languages, it's like a bad memory day, just every single day. So I probably will never be successful at learning a language, but I will give it a go. Is there a way, if there is something someone would like to ask but don't want to ask publicly, is there a way to contact you privately? Yes, so you can contact me via Instagram. The link or the username for that is in the description box. Though, if you do plan on doing that, please actually tell me like what it is that you want to contact me about. Because I get hundreds of DMs like every week of people just being like, hi, I have a question, and that's it. And that's a very alarming question to get, because what could happen is I respond with, hi, what is it that I can help you with? And they then send me photos that I don't want to see. And that happens way too much online. So like if you could put like a little line of like what topic it is you would like to ask questions about, it just makes me feel a little less like I'm going to see something traumatic. I hope you know what I'm getting at here. I'm trying to not be too explicit for all the minors in the chat, but I hope you know what I mean, because that kind of thing happens way too often. Thank you very much, Hell Friendly. I saw your image pop up. Never met anyone with such dedication for her work. Keep it up. I can't tell, Hell Friendly, if you're being really sarcastic because I've spent the entire week doing nothing but work, or if you're being really serious. I've been meaning to hang out with Hell Friendly for like the last 2 weeks, and I'm always busy. Always. I have not had a day off in weeks. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. I really need to learn to like not work quite so much. I have a bit of a problem. I have a real problem with work. When you learn tarot, should you use certain packs or is it any pack? Oh, this is an interesting one. So I always recommend people use at least a Rider-Waite-Smith system. Now, there's multiple different tarot deck systems that you can use, the main one being Rider-Waite-Smith. Now, the majority of books on tarot are written from a Rider-Waite-Smith perspective, and they almost always contain images of the original Rider-Waite-Smith deck. So if you are brand spanking new, using the actual Rider-Waite-Smith deck is what I recommend to people the most, mainly because the imagery is going to match up to what is discussed in books, and also within the cards there is the numerology, there is the symbolism, the imagery that was put into the original system for reading tarot. Most other decks are based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, but they will have different imagery, and so a lot of the numerology and the symbolism will have been lost. You'll often find that the main body of the card is the same, but the numerology and the symbolism is gone. So it's really going to depend on how much you're going to need to rely on books, how much you want to focus on the symbolism in that card, and then deciding from there. But I would recommend something with a Rider-Waite-Smith system. And that can include anything from the actual Rider-Waite-Smith deck to, I'm just looking at my deck over there, you've got the Wheel of the Year, that's a Rider-Waite-Smith system. Which other ones do I have? I've got the David Bowie Tarot, that's a Rider-Waite-Smith system. The Wild Unknown is probably one of the most famous decks, that's a Rider-Waite-Smith system. But the more creative a deck becomes, the further away from the original artwork it gets, and the harder it is to read if you are just getting started and you really want to learn about the symbolism. Yeah. If you spend all the time working, then it is genuine dedication. So no, it wasn't sarcasm. Thank you for clarifying, Hell Friendly. And now you know that if you get a taxi here, I will have to pay you back for those 2 donations in taxi payments. This is how this is going to work. Oh no, it's gonna jump. And it jumped. Right, I'm gonna go back up again now because it jumped and I gotta figure out where I was. I think I was about here. I don't think I'm too far off now, which is quite good. I haven't lost a single chat message in this chat, but actually this live stream has been quite quiet compared to some of the others. And I think it's full moon. That's what I'm going to say. I probably shouldn't have planned it on a full moon. I didn't intend for it to be a full moon. I just picked the Wednesday after the 15th of the month. It just happened to be a full moon. And I think a lot of people are offline tonight because they're enjoying the full moon. And honestly, I cannot blame them. Although here it's been so wet and windy and cold that you can't even see the full moon tonight. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. When you watched Merlin, have you ever asked yourself the question, what is Merlin's last name? No, I've never asked myself that question, mainly because people didn't really have last names. Like, a lot of people, they didn't have last names. That's a relatively modern thing in comparison. I mean, when is Merlin believed to have existed? I don't even, off the top of my head, I don't even know. But, like, a lot of people didn't even have last names, or they took the last name of whatever their job was. You know, like Jane Smith or John Tanner. Like, so I mean, we could just call it Merlin Wizard. I've never really asked myself that question. I've never really thought about it before. Right. I'm trying to figure out kind of where I kind of lost it again. Oh, I'm having a sort of a magical identity crisis where I don't know what path to follow or what reading to go off of. Any advice for this? Genuinely, I would just say read as much as you can. Like, different topics, different paths, different aspects, whether that's tree magic or candle magic, or, you know, watch videos on different subjects and wait till you find that bell going off. That's a very weird way of saying it, but wait till you find that thing that makes you go, I need to do this now. And that might take weeks, months. You might find it in days or hours, but there's something out there that's gonna do that you can then build off of. I think everyone goes through kind of identity crisis sometimes, and it definitely, I found the best way is to kind of read my way out of it, or even just listen to podcasts, watch YouTube videos, read different blog posts from different people and different witches who do different practices, and just kind of see what jumps out. I once saw a small black shadow standing behind me after a terrible dream. It only stood knee-high and the atmosphere was oppressive. Any ideas what it could have been? The atmosphere could have been oppressive because you just come out of a bad dream. It could have been a shade. It could have been any other kind of spirit. Sorry, motorcyclist just decided it would be a really great place to drive really fast. It could really have been anything. But the oppressive feeling may well have come from the dream rather than from the spirit. Oftentimes spirits are very interested in energetic anomalies, and when we have bad dreams, that's typically what happens. So it could be that the bad dream attracted the spirit, and the oppressive feeling was simply what you felt coming out of the bad dream, or it could have been the spirit causing the bad dream, but usually they never bother with things like that. They're too busy doing other things. Yes, Phil. Sorry, I didn't notice any of the comments that this was in reference to. I just saw we're an inclusive space with no hate speech and no support for bad views, and I'm like, yes, preach, Phil. But I missed all context, so I'm sorry if there were people saying horrible things. Honestly, people waste so much time spreading so much hate on the internet. It makes me, honestly, I don't spend that much time on the internet for that exact reason. I can't even, like, look at news articles because the comment section is literally terrifying. When you sense spirit energy, do you sense it with your hands, or does it feel like the sensation of smoke or feathers touching you? Neither. Neither. I mean, the way people sense energy is going to be different for everyone. For me, the best way I can describe it is it's like echolocation. That's kind of what it's like, because to sense energy, I push it out and then I pull it back in again. So it's like echolocation. It's not through my hands or through anything else. It's more just an energetic thing. All over the internet, I see people saying to meditate on certain things. Example, a tarot pull, shadow work prompt, etc. What does this mean? Okay, so meditation is an umbrella term for lots of different practices. That paperwork is about to fall on the floor and make a racket. It's an umbrella term for lots of different practices, which is why the videos that I've done on meditation, I don't call meditation, I call mind calming. Because that's an aspect of meditation, but not all meditation is mind calming. Meditation is, in essence, the ability to allow thoughts to pass you by. But that ability also leads to other abilities, like the ability to focus on particular things and not allow distractions to distract us. So when someone says to meditate on a card, it is essentially to sit and enter a meditative space where your mind is clear and you're allowing distractions to pass you by rather than focusing on them. And then you can look at the imagery of that card and you can truly focus on what it is and what it means in a psychic and a physical sense without having these additional distractions. So you can pick out the symbolism in that card that maybe you wouldn't have been able to notice with day-to-day life distracting you all around you. And this is especially important when it comes to doing psychic focuses, psychic work, dream interpretations. It's really good to be able to look at what happened or what is happening or what is in front of you without having the distractions of interfering thoughts and energies. Especially when it comes to shadow work, it's used a lot. Though, as I mentioned earlier, if you are going to be doing shadow work, please, I implore you to do it alongside an actual therapist. I see too many people putting themselves in harm's way trying to do therapy without a therapist and with no understanding of it, and it can go bad. It can put people in really bad mental places, and I don't want to see anyone hurting themselves by doing that in an untrained, unsafe environment. Oh, it's gonna jump. I knew it. Where was I? I think it was about here. I'm not far off the bottom now. Wow. This has been relatively quick. I say that, and yet I'm pretty certain I've been on for like 3 hours. 3 hours. I haven't been on for 3 hours yet. Nearly. Where are we? Here we are. Oh, I thought rescue mediums have the ability to help earthbound spirits transition. I thought that was just psychic mediums. I've never met a psychic medium who doesn't offer that. Maybe that's simply where the confusion is coming from. I've never met a psychic medium who doesn't offer assistance to spirits. Is that a thing in other places? That seems kind of mean, to be a psychic medium and being like, no, I'm just going to leave you there to suffer. That seems really mean. Oh, we're back to the Winnie the Pooh theme song. Everything's cyclical. It always comes back round. Can I let go of this power cord yet? I'm fed up of holding it. Can I put this on top of this? Nope, it's gonna slide. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna keep holding it. I'm gonna have the strongest wrist imaginable by holding this. I had a tarot deck that didn't have illustrations for the minor arcana, only showed 6 cups for 6 cups, etc. Very hard to read, so make sure you get a tarot with an illustrated minor arcana. Yeah, that is some of the problem with some decks, is that they will slowly start pulling away from the Rider-Waite-Smith imagery. So although they use the same system, they don't have the same imagery, and that can be so difficult to read. There's a beautiful deck, we actually have it in the store right now, it's gorgeous, it's called the Essential Tarot, it's beautiful, which has a similar setup where I'm pretty certain that's the one anyway, where the cups and the wands and the swords and the pentacles, they have just an image of the figure, more like a standard set of playing cards rather than an illustration. And for some people it works great, especially for people who are very used to reading playing cards. But if you are wanting to learn tarot as, you know, the image-based system, those kind of cards can be difficult if you are just starting out and you don't have the meanings memorized, or if you want to work more intuitively. So intuitive tarot reading really relies on the imagery of the cards to have a deeper meaning of the question, whereas if you're just reading based on the memory of what that card means, you don't necessarily need the imagery quite the same. Does everyone have a spirit guide? I believe everyone has spirits around them. Whether they would refer to them as spirit guides or not, I think is more of a cultural thing. I personally have never really called them spirit guides. I've never really looked too much into them. However, everyone does have spirits around them. So I don't know what you would call them if you weren't to call them spirit guides, but I just refer to them as just personal spirits. Everyone has them. Not everyone is going to connect to them. They can include ancestors, earthbound spirits that simply like you and want to look after you. They can include more ethereal type spirits, so a lot of people would consider them kind of a guardian angel type figure. Everyone has them, which is why doing magic aimed at another person can be so hazardous, because you have to get past all of these spirits as well, and depending on the strength of the spirits, it can bounce back really bad, which is why doing magical work aimed at another person directly can be difficult at times. I have a house spirit that will move loose change in my space, seemingly closer to me, at times directly on top of me while I'm laying down. What are the possible reasons for this? A lot of fae like shiny things. You'll also find children's spirits will do this quite a lot. It's a bit of a game. You know, like how all of those videos have been going around like social media of like, how many things can I balance on my sleeping brother? Or how many treats can I balance on my dog's nose? You know, those kind of things. It's kind of like a game to them, and so they might find it just relatively entertaining to try to put as much loose change on you as they can, and then see when you wake up or see when you notice. Fae also have a tendency to move shiny things around. They might be giving back things that they've taken in the past. They might simply just find it entertaining. Spirits really like playing games a lot of the time, not like malicious games necessarily, just like if they have the ability and the energy to interact with you and they really want to have that kind of positive, fun interaction, it's little things like coins that they'll move probably more than anything else. Did you watch the old Sabrina? I have. I had just noticed that it was not back, but it was put on Prime. I think it was Prime because I finished watching The Magicians and I was really annoyed at the ending of The Magicians. And then I saw that Sabrina was on and I was like, yes, I get to rewatch it again. So I put it on, and let's face it, the best character in the original Sabrina is Salem. That cat is sass personified. I love that cat. And so I'm slowly chipping away at that again because I really miss being able to watch it. So I finally get to watch that again. How do you know the spirit you are working with is not a trickster? Is there a way to find out for sure? No. That's why tricksters are so good at what they do. There's no way. That's why it's just really important to be cautious around any spirit, really, unless you feel comfortable enough around them. Generally, tricksters will only gain your trust for long enough so that they can do whatever trickstery thing they wanted to do. So if you've got a spirit that's been nice to you for the last 5 years and you've never seen them do anything bad ever, then they're probably not a trickster spirit, because by probably year 2, they would have done something trickster-ish because they'd gained your trust by then. So that's generally the only surefire way to tell, is that most spirits, if they're trickster spirits, they don't want to wait for 10 years to do whatever trickstery thing they wanted to do. They're going to wait long enough for you to trust them, and then they'll do it. So if you've got a spirit that's been nice to you for 10 years, they're probably just nice, rather than being like a trickster spirit in disguise. Oh, it's gonna jump. Ah, dear. Do 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 do. Da da do 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 do. Is it possible to connect with a certain spirit by meditating on a dream in which one saw the spirit? Yes, I suppose. It's important to make sure that you were actually interacting with the spirit and it wasn't just something that you manifested in your dream, because that can sometimes happen as well. But yeah, that's one way to do it. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Did you have a video on making oils? I did, and then I got rid of it. I cycle through content on this channel all the time. Any video that's like 3 years old, usually I will replace it with a new version. So I just got rid of a how to use sigils video, and then I'm going to be redoing it. I already have the script. I'm going to refilm it with up-to-date information, because I consider my channel to be a ever-developing grimoire, Book of Shadows, in a way, where I always want the information to be as up-to-date as I can and as accurate as I can. And so I didn't like that video. It was probably the 3rd video I ever did. I know the making oils video was really, really early on, and that was like 2017, 2018. So I really wanted to redo it in a better way. So that's my plan, is that I'm hopefully going to be redoing the old content, just with better lighting, better audio, better quality, better visuals, just making it easier for people to learn from, rather than me sitting in my living room with no filming lights and no microphone and bad camera and bad everything. So that's the plan anyway. Do, 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 do. 'It jumped again. 100% Salem the cat rocks. He really does. I forgot how unbelievably sassy that cat was until I started rewatching it, and then I'm like, damn, Salem really carried this show, like, massively. I actually really want them to do a version of Sabrina, but with the cast members, like, as they are now. I think that would be amazing, like, a new version of the show where, like, they're trying to figure out how to be witches in the modern world with, mobile phones and cameras everywhere and TikTok, and like, how do, say, her children go through the world, like, making mistakes, because, like, she literally turned someone into a pineapple in the first episode, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see how that is dealt with in a world where TikTok exists. I think that would be amazing. I would watch that. But then I would watch basically anything that's a version of Sabrina, because I loved it so much when I was younger. What if you move? Will the spirits or house spirits move with you? Probably not. They'll probably stay here. And then wherever I go, we'll probably have other house spirits. Because I don't particularly like new properties. I don't see the appeal. To me, they just feel empty inside. And so if I'm ever fortunate enough to be able to move, I would probably move into another old house, which probably has its own unique sets of spirits. Hopefully, if I'm lucky anyway. What's the most hype experience you've had thus far in your field? I'm going to need a definition on hype, because hype I found is used very differently in America versus in England. Can someone accidentally manifest something? I often have daydreams in which bad things happen to me. I fear I might be accidentally attracting that. Yes and no. I mean, manifestation is a thing that you can do without spellwork and ritual and all of that. However, there is a thing that's well known that is self-fulfilling prophecy. And that is that if you think all of these, because a daydream is kind of purposeful in a way. Yes, your mind wanders, but it's something that you can snap back out of again. So by repeatedly ending up in these bad situations happening to you, by focusing your energy on that, you're just fulfilling it because you're thinking that it's going to happen, so it does. It's more likely going to be self-fulfilling prophecy than anything, in which case, try your best anyway to stop the intrusive thoughts that are playing of bad things happening to you. Override them, make them something different. You know, if it starts happening, do like the ridiculous charm. Like, ridiculous. The hell out of it. Just make whatever bad thing is happening into like this really funny, weird, wacky thing, and it will kind of reprogram your thought process. So you'll probably end up with more wacky, weird, crazy daydreams versus having really negative ones. Oh, now we're going High School Musical. What is that song? Wait, it's the first song from the first High School Musical. Never mind, I got it. Did you watch the new Sabrina? I did, and I loved it, and I don't really care what they did with it. It was cool, and it was based off a comic book series, so it's not like they did anything crazy with it. The comic book already existed. The comic books existed since the 90s, I think. It's part of the Archie series, isn't it? The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. It was already a comic book series. I loved it. And the thing is Satan... I liked it. The only thing I didn't like is the fact that they used the statue from the Church of Satan without the Church of Satan's permission, and they destroyed years worth of work that the Church of Satan has been doing to try to share actual information on what Satanism is, and instead they just erased it all by copying the exact same statue and putting it in a TV show. And you know what people are like. Individuals are smart, collections of people are stupid, and a lot of people decided to believe that what they saw in the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina was actually what Satanism is, and that really annoys me. I enjoyed it for what it was. However, it annoyed me that they used something like that statue because it set back the Church of Satan a really long way, and that's really disheartening because they work so hard. They are so activism focused. It set them back so much. What's the best way to communicate with your house spirits? I don't really massively communicate with them. It's more of a I can tell when they're annoyed because shit starts happening. You know, like I had this series of time, and I still don't know what caused it. Something must have set it off, where every single night. And it didn't matter what time it was. So at first I was like, well, maybe it's the heating. Maybe it's something that's happening at a certain time. I would go to bed at random times, like 9 p.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 10 p.m. Didn't matter. It still happened. Every time I laid down and I was there for like 15 minutes, I would have knocking on my bedroom door. like, it wasn't like dung 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 dung. It was like at the bottom of the door, I'd hear like tap tap tap, and then it would stop. And it was like a really gentle tapping that I could hear it over like an audiobook or something, but it wasn't like deafeningly loud. And at first I thought, oh, well, that's my heating, you know, and then I realized, hang on, but why is it only happening 15 minutes after I lie down? And it doesn't matter which way I lie or how I lie, it still happens, and it doesn't matter what time. And then I realized it was something trying to interact with me, and I changed something in the house, and I don't think it was very happy about it. So then I kind of rejigged a whole bunch of stuff, and it stopped. So that's kind of how the interactions go. It's not so much a, hey, you moved this, can you just move it back? It's more kind of split apart than that. It's like, hey, I want your attention. I can't tell you what I want your attention for, but I want your attention. You just have to figure it out. And that's kind of how the interaction goes in my house, just because it's the only way it can be on. What's your battery percentage right now? It's currently on 33%, so it's definitely better. Yeah, the start of something new, that's exactly the song I had in my head. I still have it in my head, honestly. It's a great song. I am still annoyed, though, that they didn't... Well, no, am I annoyed? Am I annoyed or am I disappointed? I'm simultaneously annoyed and disappointed a little bit that they didn't use Zac Efron's voice in the first film. They thought he couldn't sing, or he didn't want to sing, so they used... Oh, what is his name? He was in the Cinderella story with Selena Gomez. They used his voice in the first one, and he sounded amazing. I don't understand why they didn't just cast him, because he's a phenomenal actor. Why didn't you cast him so that he could sing and dance? Instead, they casted Zac Efron, dubbed over his singing, and then in the second and third one, which I never bothered watching the third one, I was way too old for it by the time the first one came out, but I still watched it because I loved like Disney movies. And by the second one, they started using his actual voice, and I'm like, but why didn't you just do that in the first one? I'm just left with this sense of confusion because his voice is completely different. But then I have to keep reminding myself that these movies are made for children, not people who should have stopped watching the Disney Channel years ago. So I have to keep reminding myself of that. Always. Do you ever do tech magic? I heard about emoji magic and things like that, but not really sure what it is. So how do I put this nicely? Tech magic is real, emoji magic is pretty much bullshit. And I say it because the emoji magic that you see online is bullshit. So on Tumblr, for instance, it was really popular about 10 years ago. Okay, maybe not 10 years ago. Let's go. Wait, when was 2008? Oh, that was over 10 years ago. Jesus, okay. I'm a little bit out of sync. In about 2008, on Tumblr, it was a really big thing to have these emoji spells. They're probably still there, honestly, where you'd have a string of emojis and you'd be like, reblog to charge the spell, and it's absolute bullshit. And the one reason why it's bullshit is that every single person that sees that series of emojis and that interacts with it is going to have different intention. So some people are going to be like, oh, fuck off. And some people are going to be like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And every single one of those energies is going to be put into that emoji as it's reblogged and shared. And in the end, nothing is going to manifest because it's so confused. Now, you can use emojis in your spellwork and ritual yourself, 100%. The use of emojis is perfectly valid. However, these like Tumblr, TikTok, Instagram emoji, like if you reblog this photo, you know, this lucky dog, you will be rich in a day. They've always been bullshit because there's too many interfering energies for it to manifest really successfully, you know? So like if you're using it in your own practice, they can be phenomenal, and they're really good as well as at representing kind of non-audible things in a way. That there's something about an emoji that is global. It doesn't matter what language you speak, it doesn't matter how well you can read. You can look at an emoji and you can go, okay, I know what that is, and that makes them really powerful in spellwork and rituals. Now, tech magic is really interesting. I am not particularly good with tech magic because, as you've seen tonight, every electronic thing I touch breaks. And I mean, like, my phone glitches, my tablet glitches, my computer glitches, I've gone through so many computers and TVs because everything electronic around me just breaks. So tech magic is not really something that's good for me, but there's so many things you can do with it. I mean, we're talking like digital altar spaces. They are so, so useful if you are not able to openly share your practice and you want something that's a safe space that you can take around with you. Digital altar spaces, phenomenal. If you have some artistic ability, you can even like draw and alter like a 3D space that you can have as your screensaver on your phone. You can have it as your laptop screensaver. You can have it. And it's so cool how you can work with everything. You've got digital books of shadows. Phenomenal. You know, spell papers that are digital. Oh, it's so much that you can do. I should really do a video on this because it's so cool. I mean, like, think about it. So you create a digital sigil and then you put it in your like basket, you know, like the trash basket on your computer, and then you delete it. And by its destruction, you are charging it, except you're doing it entirely digitally. Like, that's a really cool concept. It's such a cool concept. And so I feel like I need to do something on this because that would be really cool. Now, I'm not good with tech magic myself because everything breaks, but that doesn't mean other people aren't good at it. You know, that would be really cool. You're never too old for Disney. I know, I keep telling myself that, right? Because I was watching, is it called Help Mum's Dating a Vampire or My Mum's Dating a Vampire? I can't tell. It's so good. I watched it again the other night and I'm like, damn, this is really good. And there's things in Disney movies that I never ever noticed. So like, I don't know if you ever watched it, but there's a restaurant that they go to, and the restaurant is called Renfields. I love vampire lore and all that, and it's just how everything just ties together, how like there's like number plates that fit in with the theme, and like the restaurant is called Renfields, and like it's so cool. I loved that film. I would happily watch it again. It was fantastic. It was amazing. I loved it. And it just like the little things, like the kid is going through his wardrobe looking for something to wear to the Headless Horseman concert, and every t-shirt this kid owns is a Headless Horseman t-shirt. Just in different colours. But then I tried watching, last night I tried watching Don't Look Under the Bed, which I loved when I was a kid. That was like such a good film. And I can't even sit through it. It makes me unreasonably angry. So I got 15 minutes in and then I was like, you know what? Nope. And I just closed it. So I'm never too old for Disney, but there are some Disney films I cannot sit through anymore because they have no enjoyment left in them, because like my adult rational brain kicks in to tell me it's stupid. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but that movie makes me irrationally angry. You know, a kid skips a grade and is now in high school, and then all of a sudden it's the start of the year and the pool gets filled with jelly. Okay, so the pool, the ginormous school swimming pool gets filled with jelly. And when the girl gets home from her high school, on like one of the first days she's there, her dad finds that 2 packs of jelly are missing from the cupboard. And instead of thinking, oh wow, someone must have nicked the jelly, they blame their A-star grade student who has never done anything wrong, who has skipped a grade in school because she's so talented. They blame her for turning the pool into jelly with 2 packs of Jello from the cupboard. It makes me unreasonably angry. So I was watching this film and I was like, you know what? I can't do it. So I just turned it off. I had to turn it off. Right. What is the fetch body? This is a really confusing question because like, I think it's just a different terminology. So a fetch, I'm assuming that fetch body and fetch are the same thing. A fetch is a part of you. It's a version of you in energy form that is sent off to do work. So it's a little bit like a familiar in a way. So a familiar is an external spirit that you have bound to you in contract. So it can do things spiritually while you work physically, and it can get information and come back and whatnot. It's a spirit-human bond. A fetch is an energetic version of yourself. So it's not a thought form, because a thought form can be destroyed and it won't cause you any problems. A fetch is an energetic version of yourself that you send out to do work energetically on your behalf, but you need to get it to come back again. You can't just leave a fetch to disintegrate for its energy to just fall apart. You need it to come back. There's a pretty decent blog, actually, called Of Fetches and Familiars. It's on Spells of Magic. It's been there for about a decade now. It's a really old post. It's pretty decent. That talks about the differences between a fetch and a familiar. It's really, really interesting. But a fetch is essentially a spiritual and an energetic version of you that you send out that you then need to come back again. It's probably the briefest description I can have of it. I would search up the thing, but I know what my internet is like, and I know that if I open another tab, it will fail completely and crash, and I don't really want to do that. How does symbolism work within witchcraft? So essentially, everything has its own energy and association. And so oftentimes using symbolism helps to create a clearer image of the kind of energy and the kind of outcome that we want to manifest. So you might want to include symbolism as a cue to your subconscious mind. So for instance, especially in Europe, a 4-leaf clover is a symbol of good luck. A horseshoe is also a symbol of good luck. So if you want to work good luck and you want your spell to manifest into good luck, you might want to include images or the physical objects of these symbols within your working, as it helps tap into the subconscious part of your mind, which is going to then amplify the working that you're doing. In some cases, symbolism might be directly energy-based, so you might want to work with a particular plant or a particular stone because they contain energy of what it is you want to manifest that you can then add into that working. It really all depends on the kind of working that you're doing, but usually symbolism is either an addition to the subconscious mind or an addition into the energy of the spellwork and ritual. Is it okay to use burning and fire as a versatile means of spellcraft and manifestation? Banishing as well as attracting? Yes. Okay. The big thing for this is going to be working with other aspects of the world. So for instance, using candle magic, and a lot of the time using cauldrons as almost a vessel for burning things, for using ash, for those kind of things. Using the moon phase is a fantastic tool because it allows you to work one type of magic and have it do a whole spectrum of different practices. So for instance, if you want to do a banishing, doing candle magic or to burn something in, say, a cauldron or a fireproof dish, whatever it is that you're using during the new moon, really adds that emphasis of this is to banish. So not only are you using your intention and your focus and your visualization, you're also using the energy of the area around you because of the moon phase. So you can do the same ritual in different moon phases, and that is going to completely impact how that working is going to manifest. So you can burn a spell paper for banishing with like a photograph and everything else if that's what you wanted to do, or like write down the aspects of yourself or your vices, for instance, that you want to banish, and you can burn that spell paper in a cauldron during the new moon for banishing, and then you could do the same thing where you're writing on a spell paper what it is that you want to manifest with images that represent it, and you can burn it during the waxing phase of the moon or the full moon to assist in manifesting it. And the change in the energy, the shift, comes from the different phase of the moon or the different time of day or the different day of the week to really allow the same working to be used for multiple different things, which is so unbelievably useful, especially when you're doing something like burning spell papers, for instance, which typically has the same ritual behind it. You know, you're doing the same thing in the same way. The main difference is the intention and the other aspects you add into it. Oh, it jumped again. Oh no. Please do a video on tech magic. I will add it to the list, this little makeshift list I have with a little pen. Tech magic. There we go. I shall add it to the list so that I know what to really look into. If I'm going to do it, I really want to deep dive into it. I'm going to have to find a way of doing some of these things without completely destroying my devices. Because because I fail miserably when it comes to using tech. Everything goes wrong. So we'll have to see how many attempts that takes. Have you ever told a therapist or doctor about your spirit encounters? No, I've never needed to. Did a professional ever suspect you might be hallucinating? No. And let me put it this way, right? I had a therapist once who truly believed that if you worshipped any kind of deity, so if you were a Christian, if you were Muslim, if you were a Buddhist, or if you followed any kind of religion, you were mentally ill. And that was the moment I realised I needed to get the hell out of that doctor's office as quickly as humanly possible. Because just because there's a big difference between, say, hallucinating and following a very well-known, long-standing religion that's been around for thousands of years. Do you know what I mean? Like, the doctor in question essentially said that every person on earth is mentally ill except myself, because I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in any of that bullshit. And that was the moment I realised I need to get the hell out of here. So I think it's really important that of course doctors are going to question it depending on what you tell them and what these encounters are going to be. But equally, doctors should be very respectful back again of an individual's belief system. And I think there's a big difference there. There's a big difference between visual hallucinations and, say, religious belief system. And as an individual, it's important that we recognise the differences between the two. And I'm big into understanding mental health and advocating for mental health. And as far as I'm concerned, if a doctor tells you that if you're Christian, you are delusional, I think that's a little bit of a conflict of interests. Just a little bit, if that makes sense. So yeah, I've never needed to mention it. I just had a therapist literally say that just outright with like no reasoning behind it. Just that conversation just kind of came out of nowhere, and I was like, whoa, that is something. that is a whole can of worms I do not want to get into. What video should I watch to find some witchy book recommendations for someone who's not a beginner? You don't really need to watch any videos. You just need to figure out what it is that you want to learn next. If you've exhausted beginner resources, then it's just a case of going out there and finding something that attracts your interest. Do you like the idea of working with plants or working with trees? Is candles your thing? Or do you prefer working with spirits? Is higher magic more something you're interested in and you want to learn maybe a little bit more about the Golden Dawn or ceremonial magicians? Do you want to work with amulets and talismans, or would you rather work larger rituals? It's once you get past that beginner phase, it's then you have a little bit more freedom to go, you know what, I really want to learn this. And you can pick up a book on the subject, and then if you really enjoy it, you can look at the back and you can look at the bibliography and you can check out the other books that person has recommended, and you can really just deep dive into whatever topics you like. As long as you're doing it safely, you really can look at almost anything, and within reason, of course. So there isn't really anything that I can direct you towards. It's really just a case of what do you want to learn first? Like, what is it that you want to know? And then go from there. See if you can find some resources on the subject. Hello, little tiny fly that likes flying right in my face. I want to withdraw from witchcraft, reading about it, magic, entity, meditation, Hecate, but it seems like I cannot. Can I be your familiar? In brackets, student. I feel as though I need to specify here that a familiar isn't a student, and it never has been and it never will be. I'm confused here. You want to withdraw from witchcraft, but you want me to teach you. That's a little contradictory. I don't teach. I don't take students. I will discuss topics online on YouTube, which are a form of education, I suppose, for a lot of people. So you can go through my list of videos, but I don't teach one-to-one students because I don't have the time. I don't have the time, and I also don't think it's suitable, especially if you teach one-to-one and that person isn't having any other resources. You have the ability to pick up all of my bad habits, which I would never want anyone to do. So it's really important to gain information from lots of different sources so that you can make sure that you're getting a well-rounded practice without picking up an individual teaches bad habits, which is why on the channel I'm really trying to make it clear that you don't have to follow the things I'm doing exactly, because this is just the way I'm doing it. You can adapt it to suit what you need. That way you don't pick up my kind of repetition and the things I do things quite so much. Yeah, a lot of kids' entertainment relies on the whole adults are stupid thing. Yeah, that's very true. After watching the 15 minutes I watched of Don't Look Under the Bed, I couldn't do it anymore. Like, literally within like 10 minutes, a teacher's car gets egged, and instead of going, I wonder which student was out of school today that could have egged my car, instead, the egging happened while this student was in his class. So he's looking dead in the eyes of this student that he then blames for egging his car whilst she was sitting in front of him. And after that, I was like, you know what? I'm out. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. But I will admit there's lots of movies that I will always go back to just because they're so good. I mean, Halloween Town, it's cheesy, but it's really, really fun. Any advice for doing sea magic when you don't live near the ocean? That's a tricky one because it's very difficult to connect with the energy if you don't have it around. So try to recreate the energy as much as you can. Work with sand and salt water. I used to do a lot of bath rituals. I was a sea witch for a while, and then it just became too difficult once I moved away from the coast to be able to do that. So I relied a lot on salt water baths. Obviously, seawater contains a lot more than just salt and water, but I got as close as I could in a safe way. So I did a lot of salt baths for cleansings. I did a lot of water magic in the salt water bath that allowed me to connect, at least in some part, to it, working with shells and the spirits of those whose shells they belong to, and connecting with water spirits, water deities, working with water generally as much as I could. But I will say it's tricky because a lot of the aspects of it are missing when you are no longer by the sea. So you can work with, driftwood, just don't burn it. Don't burn driftwood, it's not safe. You can work with these things as much as you want, but being apart from the sea does make it rather difficult to connect on a more close level. You can do it, but it's considerably more difficult. Oh, it jumped. After attaching a magical intention to something, would it be possible to try and revoke that intention similarly to how you gave it without cleansing an object? Well, it depends how you did it. Because for me, when I'm charging an item with an intention, I will be holding it and I'll be pushing my energy and my intention into it. Now, to remove it, I simply draw all of that energy back out again, and it is a form of cleansing. Now, I don't know how you have attached intention onto it, so obviously I can't say exactly if it would work, but that technique does work. Now, is it as effective as other techniques? Probably not, but you can still do it that way, and I do it that way. I do it that way. I am a child, mentally, apparently. If I just want to draw, the energy back out of it again and don't really need a super deep cleanse, you can do it that way. When it comes to meditation, how do you truly know you're doing it right? I mean, if you can sit and you can allow thoughts to pass you by, then you're doing it right. It's not about scolding yourself if you get it wrong, or, forcing yourself to do it when you don't want to. It's just the ability to sit and allow intrusive thoughts to just pass you by instead of focusing on it. So there's not really a right and wrong necessarily. It's just about finding that state when you no longer focus on the thoughts that are passing you by, which can happen in so many different ways for different people. So like for some people, staring into a candle flame is meditative. For others, it's drawing or colouring. For some people, it's sitting in a very traditional meditative stance and doing it with whale music in the background. You know, it's going to vary per person. It's more about the feeling you get from it, the calmness, rather than, you know, any particular set criteria in a way that a lot of people think it is. Oh, it's gonna jump. I can tell it's gonna jump. I've got something new in my head again. Okay, how can you ward off unwanted visitors and trespassers without keeping friends away? You alter how you're doing your working. So, if you are doing protection workings and they are stopping everything, then you've got to reevaluate how you're doing it, because you're not doing it in a suitable way for what you want. When you're doing protection workings, you really need to be specifying what it is you want to keep out. If you just do protection, it'll jump like 5 messages. Yeah, I noticed that. That's why it took ages to jump. If you are just doing general protection and you're not specifying what it's going to be, more than likely it's just going to keep out whatever it can. You really need to be focusing on what it is that you want rather than just doing general protection. That way it'll know what it should and shouldn't be keeping out. So if you're doing, say, wards, you really need to be specifying what it is you want to keep out. You want to be specifying whether it's all spirits or just negative spirits, or unknown spirits is a good option. Do you want it to keep out all energy or just negative energy? Do you want to keep out everyone or just the people that want to cause you harm? Is it people who don't have your best interests at heart? What is it that you want to keep out? And if after all of that you are finding that it's keeping out your friends, you have to ask yourself the question of, if you've specified that you want to keep out anyone who doesn't have your best intentions at heart, maybe it's doing exactly the job that you set it up to do. And you just haven't realized beforehand that friends maybe don't have your best interest at heart. And then it's a case of, do you rejig the working, or do you reevaluate everything else that's going on? Do you have any advice for getting rid of a trickster from a pendulum board session? Banishing, hands down. Cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, cleanse. It's the easiest way to go about it. I always cleanse between stages because it just makes sure everything's rid. But cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, cleanse. Just to make sure everything's cleared. Because when it comes to tricksters, they're very difficult to get rid of once they're there. They might get bored if you can find something else that it can find more entertaining. But if it finds you super entertaining, then you're going to have to banish it out. There's so many different banishing texts out there. I have a book here. What's it called? Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller. I'm currently rereading it for like the 4th time. Has a lot of different techniques for protections and banishings and cleansings and stuff in it, which is super useful. Can an item soak up bad energy from a place? Oh, most definitely, which is why it's typically always recommended that if you buy secondhand items, you cleanse them before you allow them in your home. That way you aren't going to add the extra energy into that space. How often do you cleanse your house and items? I never cleanse my house, ever, because I don't need to, and I don't want to piss off the spirits. Spirits are quite comfortable and happy here. When I moved in, the house had very nice energy anyway. It had been empty for a decent amount of time, I believe. And the only energy that was here were the spirits, which were all absolute sweethearts. So I was like, well, okay, well, it feels fine and I'm not having any issues here. So I just did my protections, did my wards, and I've never cleaned my house, like cleansed my house. I mean, my house is probably pretty dirty as well because I'm chaotic. But I have never cleansed this house because I've never needed to, and the protections keep out anything that isn't meant to be here, so I don't ever really need to, which is why protections are so useful. If you're finding that you're having to cleanse your house every week, your protections are wrong. Or not wrong, but they aren't doing a suitable job for what you need. They might be perfectly good protections, but they aren't they aren't assisting you in the way that they really should be. And in which case, it's then a case of rejigging the protections. So I have never cleansed this house. I cleanse myself if I have been around a lot of people. So like after I did an event last weekend, I came back in, and then yesterday, it took me a few days. Yesterday, I did a personal cleanse because I was just not feeling, something was up. When you're at an event, you meet hundreds of people and you never know who it is that's got the bad energy with them. So I did a cleanse after the event, and then if I get any items in, unless they've got really good energy, I would cleanse them. So I bought a staff at the weekend, like a stave, and off a lovely gentleman who hand makes them. It's beautiful. And that has such lovely energy. This gentleman is just phenomenal at what he does. So I haven't needed to cleanse that at all. And then I also bought something else that I haven't needed to cleanse because it's been in a sealed packet. And so the packet will go and the item inside is pretty fine. But if I ever get anything from a secondhand shop, I will always cleanse it before I allow it into my house, unless it feels particularly good. Just to make sure that I'm not getting anything in past the protections, because that's the thing. You can have protections up, you can have as many protections up as you want, but if you are allowing something to come into your home attached to an object, the protections will do nothing. So like if you are allowing a toxic, horrible person into your home, the protections can't help you at that point because you've permitted it in. So it's just a case of figuring out what it is that you want in and out, and I will always cleanse everything that's secondhand that feels just a bit bad, which I sometimes even have to do with books. There's a few books that I've gotten because I buy a lot of secondhand books, because obviously there's a lot of books in here. Sometimes even books I will have to cleanse, and actually you would be surprised, it's not the books that you would think. Like you would think it was, what is it? It's down here. It's called the what does that even say? I can't dive under the table. That would be embarrassing. It's the Nocturnicon, that's what it is. The Nocturnicon I got secondhand has really nice energy about it. It's a book all about dark magic. Has lovely as hell energy about it. I have bought some Wicca books secondhand that have the worst energy that you will have ever felt on them. And I get this book home and I'm like, who hurt you? Who hurt you, my poor precious baby? Or I've got in books on like fairy magic, and they have the worst energy attached to them. I'm like, damn, I hope the fairies didn't like you, because I certainly don't. So it's always the things that you wouldn't expect. So like usually it's not like the letter openers or the blades or the dark magic books. It's usually the really innocuous things like a little figurine or a tumblestone or a book on light workers. It's always something that you wouldn't expect. So just stay vigilant, because you never know what it is that you're going to need to cleanse. Let's have a look. For future reference, if any of you ever need it, most medical diagnoses say something along the lines of not a normal part of religious/cultural beliefs and practices when diagnosing mental illness. And that's really, really important. There is a fine line between spiritual beliefs and medical issues, and that line can obviously be crossed. But if you are finding that you have got a therapist who basically says that if you follow the Christian faith, you are, insert horrible term here, please find another therapist. Please. There are some out there who are lovely and respectful and understand that different cultures and different religions are going to influence your life, and that doesn't constitute name mental illness here, if that makes sense. If you have spirits in your house, can you accidentally offend them with bad manners? Oh, completely. Yes, you can. Sounds really stupid, but I mean things like farts, also special, I love that term, also special fun times with partners. You definitely can, and it really all depends on the kind of spirit that you have in the house. In this house, there is middle-aged gentleman. He's about 55, I believe. Based on the image he shows me, he's about 55. Although that being said, you do find that people often looked older than they were. And he seems to be from the 1930s, 40s. We're talking like coal mines. So we're 1930s, 1940s ish, but between wars probably. And he's very fine with everything. And if he starts knocking on cupboards and opening things, I do tell him to fuck off, and he is completely fine with it. But you do find if you have female ghosts, particularly, clutch my pearls, don't say anything like that, you know, that kind of character, someone probably brought up in the 40s, 50s, 60s, very, how do I best describe, prim and proper. Those kind of individuals can be very easily offended, and so you may well find that everything will offend them, and it's just how they're brought up, and it just depends on who you're interacting with, who you're dealing with. Where I live, it's a very classic British environment, you know, and so the spirits in my house, they aren't really fussed by anything like that. But depending on where you live and the kind of people that lived there before and that reside in the house, you probably can. So it's maybe a case of protecting certain rooms. If you have a particular room where you do, special fun times? I love that phrasing. Maybe protect that room to keep the spirits out so you aren't going to be pissing them off inadvertently, and then just going about it as you normally would with special fun times. Yes. Yeah, so it really just depends. Some spirits are obviously more highly strung than others. Right, where was I? What's the best way to communicate with spirits? It depends on the person, depends on what your talents are. I find the best way I communicate with spirits is to just talk to them. It's just the way that works best for me. Some people will choose offerings and candles and written things. You know, some people will use automatic writing. Other people will write notes for them and leave them out at night, or they will burn notes to send it to the spirit realm. So that there's lots of options. I typically take the very classic, down-to-earth, I will just talk to them kind of approach. They don't respond audibly, they respond in other means, usually in actions and energy more than anything. But then it's also going to depend on how you sense spirits. You know, some mediums will sense them via energy, with smell, with sound, with sight. Some will have full body apparitions, some will only have partial, and how they interact with you might change how you interact with them. So if it's an audible spirit, talking back to them makes perfectly good sense. If it's a spirit that you're not getting any audio from, interacting with them with physical gestures could be a good option if you can't do anything else, because you don't know whether they can hear you audibly if they themselves can't communicate audibly to you. So I typically just talk to them because it's easy and I get kind of lazy and it works pretty well. You know, if something is nicked, I can just ask for it back and I will usually get it back. Sorry, there's a tag moving on the other side of the room, but this room has no air going through it. So yeah, it's just one of those things. It's going to vary depending on who you are, what your skills are when it comes to interacting with spirits, if you have any, and then going from there. I can't cleanse because my cat has asthma. How can I cleanse? I have a full video on house cleansing without smoke. And you can adapt basically any of those practices into work with items as well. What does a red orb mean? Context. I'm probably going to need some context because red orbs can mean anything depending on what it is. Orbs are often created by dust and the light in the room. Objects can refract light to orbs as well. Usually not going to mean anything much depending on what the orb is. Some fairy lights can be red, but that simply depends on the individual that's making them, so it really does vary once again. Generally, I wouldn't say much concern with it. You know, the human, how do I put it this way? So humans associate colours with cultural significance. So for instance, in some East Asian cultures, red is for prosperity, Whereas in Western Europe and in the Western world generally, red is considered angry. But that's entirely cultural and individual based. It depends on how you were brought up and what you see red as being. So I wouldn't get concerned if you just see a red orb. If you're experiencing other things as well, I would go off the other things more than the red orb, personally. But that's because it's a cultural thing. Please tell us. I love how this is in all capitals, and it makes me just want to give you one thing and then not give you anything else. Please tell us at least 5 witchy things to do on the full moon. I'm not a robot, please. I also don't need to read in capitals. I don't work with the full moon, so I don't know. I don't, unless you need to do something at the full moon, why do something at the full moon? That's my question. Like, ask yourself, what do you want to do at the full moon? What do you need to do? And if the answer is none, then why waste your time doing it? That's the mindset I take. So, like, I don't need moon water, so why would I make it? I don't need to charge my crystals during the full moon, so why would I do it? If I need to do a working at the full moon, then I will utilize the full moon energy in that working. But otherwise, I will generally not do workings at the full moon because it's a waste of my time unless I really, really need something. So if I already have a working that will, if I have a working that I want to do already, then I will work it during the full moon. But otherwise, I tend to just let full moons pass and I just enjoy them. I just like looking at them. I like going for walks. I just like enjoying it rather than kind of forcing myself to do like a collection of things during the full moon. Because, I mean, I've been doing this 16 years. I've seen a lot of full moons. And at the very start, I was doing like 100 things every single full moon. But by the time I got to like year 4, I just kind of stopped. Because by that point, I was like, okay, I don't need to do anything anymore. So I'd say if you're going to do anything during the full moon, harness it to do something that you really need. And if you don't need to do anything, just enjoy it. You know, it's a really nice time during the full moon. The energy is really lovely for a lot of people. Not everyone, but for a lot of people. So yeah, just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Are there any books that you know of that relate to the besom or broom? Yes, I'm pretty certain. Where is the book? Right, I'm going to grab the book only because I want to know what the type of book is called. Oh, do you like my slippers, by the way? I've got Baphomet slippers. I know it's not the most... They're a bit impractical, but they're like little Baphomet slippers. Oh, right. So there's a book series, and this is one of them that is... it's called The Witch's Cauldron, and this is by Laura Tempest Zackroff. And actually, I've read other books by this author, and I didn't like them, but I like this one, so I think it's just content. So there's this one, and then there's a whole bunch. There's one called The Witch's Athame, The Witch's Mirror, The Witch's Altar, and I think, I might be wrong, but I think there's one called The Witch's Broom. Something like that, and they're really decent books, and each one focuses on a particular type of working tool, and they're really, really good. They're super in-depth, so if there is one on the broomstick, it will be in this collection, and I hope there is one because they're really, really good. That shirt's hecking cool. Where did you get it? This is from Restyle, and the fishnet is from Killstar. They're not attached, but yeah, this one's Restyle, this one's Killstar. Is it a good idea to banish debt at the full moon? No. Personally, no. Mainly because the full moon is for manifesting things. So you've got that countering of energies. You're trying to banish. The full moon is trying to manifest. You might end up either cancelling it out or actually manifesting more debt, which isn't really what you want. So I'd recommend waiting for the waning phase, so between the full moon and the new moon, or the new moon itself, because that time is really good for banishing. So you could do like a long working from the start of the waning phase all the way to, finishing during the new moon, because that's when the banishing energy is really, really prevalent. Do spirits stay in place when they die? Would that mean that millions of spirits are stuck at places like hospitals? it all depends on your belief system, right? So in my experience and the experience of the people that I know, there's a choice of whether you stay or where you go, whether you're reincarnated, what happens to you. You know, you have it might happen automatically, it might be a choice, but you find the spirits that stick around for one of two reasons. Either they really enjoy the place, the home, the environment, they love their objects, they love their family, so they stay, or two, they don't realize that they're dead, which is why a lot of spirits that remain are from traumatic incidences, sudden deaths, those kind of things. Which is one of the many reasons why there are so many women walking down the stairs in old houses, ghosts, because it was horrifically common for women or servants, maids, to fall down the stairs while working in big houses and to die because the stairs were so steep. These ghosts are those that you see in old houses, like manor houses, where you'll hear stories of seeing a woman dressed in white walking down the stairs at the same time every single day, or the clanking of pots in kitchens. And usually it's because they don't even realise they're gone, they just keep working as they would, and they repeat the same cycles. So sometimes in houses, especially in the UK, you'll have ghosts that appear at the same time every single day, because they're repeating the same patterns. Or you'll find that the spirits they enjoy a space so much that they want to stay. So they may pass in a hospital, but they may return home because that's the place they love the most, or they may return to a gardens or whatever it might be. So it's a really interesting topic. But yeah, it's not all spirits, which is why there's not thousands of spirits, but there's enough. Sorry, I just heard knocking on the ceiling. I just discovered two things in one. One, someone is in my bedroom upstairs right now. And two, there is a giant spider on the inside of my ceiling light. like on the lampshade. Okay, we're just gonna leave that there and hope. Could be a residual haunting. Yeah, so residual hauntings kind of cross over for that not knowing, but a residual haunting isn't actually a haunting, if that makes sense. So it's called a residual haunting, but it isn't actually a spirit that's participating in it at all. It's repeated energy cycles. It's like echoes. The best way I can describe it is a residual haunting is like echoes through time and space of things that happen so frequently that they are still echoing through time. So sometimes you'll have repetition be actual spirits repeating things, and sometimes it will be like echoes through time of things that happen so frequently, which is why in some places you will hear people say that they can hear bells, like you can hear the tolling of a church bell, except the church is no longer there anymore. It's more likely to be a residual echo rather than a spirit, because the building isn't even there anymore. You know, there's nothing there. It's really interesting. The entire thing is so fascinating. But then I love the whole spirit thing anyway. I'm super interested in spirit work and spirit encounters and all of that stuff. Yes, those slippers. I love these. Genuinely, these Killstar slippers are so gosh darn comfortable. You should see my mum's face. She walked into my house and she immediately just spotted the slippers and she was like, "What are those?" I was like, "They're Baphomet slippers." She's like, "They're what?" I'm like, "They're Baphomet slippers." Just so cheerful, just like, yeah, they're amazing. And they're so comfy. My house is really cold, so like the slippers have to stay. The slippers stay always. I have the pink version of those Baphomet creature slippers. I've seen the pink version. I'm not really a pink person, but if you really like pink, like I can imagine they look really freaking cool. I bought The Crooked Path after watching your review and I'm loving it. I'm so glad. That book is unbelievably good. I actually loaned it to my mum, and my mum immediately, she read like the first 2 pages and she was like, "That was you." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "That was you when you were a kid." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Why do you think I like the book so much? The book is really good." The Witch's Broom by Deborah Blake. Yes, that's it. Is it in the same series? I'm trying... is it Malashara? Malashara, I hope that's right. Is it in the same series? Because if it is, if you're interested in learning more about brooms, really good book series. Thoroughly enjoyed this one. I got this one in like 2018, 2017, something like that. Really, really good book. Thoroughly recommend it. And I've heard such good things about the other books in the series. I probably need to get them actually to test them out and see what they're like. But they seem really good, and I've heard such good things about them. After spending so much time on work, would you even know how to fill a day off? No house cleaning allowed. No. I actually genuinely struggle to know what to do when I am not working. Like, I came back from an event. What did I do? I came back from the event. It was exhausting. Like, I had, like, no sleep for 3 days. And then I ate food and I started working. I should have gone to bed. I started working. And, like, I will finish work. So I have 1 hour off a night to eat food, and then I'll go back to work again. It's tremendously bad. I go to bed at night, and I get my computer out, and I continue working. I have a problem. I need to go on holiday, I think. I need to go on holiday. I just need to escape my, like, space. Because, like, if I'm not scripting, I'm filming, or I'm editing, or I'm making products, or I'm doing events, or I'm reading for a video, it's bad. It's really, really bad. I need to learn work-life balance somehow. I don't know how, but I have to learn work-life balance. I got 10 books from your review videos for my birthday. It was basically a book day. Husband kept saying, have you added more books to your list? Oh, yeah, it gets bad. I mean, one day, I wish I could do it. I'm not going to be able to do it because they don't like you filming. I would take you into Courtyard Books with me one day and literally just, like, come shopping with me. Just, I will talk you through every single book on that shelf. It's getting ridiculous. If I haven't read it already, it's on my like reading stacks on the floor. And if it's not on my reading stacks, I've probably already read it online, or I already know about it, or I know I don't like it. So, like, the guy in Courtyard Books, bless his soul, he was like, are you not done? I was like, no, I'm not done. And he said to my mum, he was like, does she read all these? And my mum's like, yeah, she reads all of them. Every single one of them. He's like, good. So many people don't read them. And it made me feel good about myself whilst I also spent an ungodly amount of money on books. I will drag you out of the house on my week off in November if I have to. Yeah, I need... My problem is I am... not even time to message your best friend. No, I'm serious, Phil, when I say I have worked every waking minute of the last 2 weeks. It has been bad. My October has been so... My September and October has been so manic. I have had maybe, like, half a day off in, like, 2 months. It's a problem. I got a problem. Know of a good candle magic book? Mystic Dylan. Mystic Dylan has released a book on candle magic, and I am halfway through, and it is so good. So good. I have a few candle magic books. I have another one that's called Candle Burning Rituals, and that's a good book as well. More Wicca focused, mind. Candle Burning Rituals is an older one. But Mystic Dylan, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that comment means. Anyway, but the Mystic Dylan book, I'm halfway through. I haven't even got to the juicy bit yet, and I already really like it just by his writing style and how open it is, and just, I love it. It's very... It includes everyone, you know, and that's something that I find really important in books. I get so fed up of books that go, only women can practice magic. I get so fed up of books who use he as the automatic pronoun in everything. I'm reading a book, right? It might actually be this protection and reversal magic. The book's really good, but I get really annoyed that in every single instance, instead of using they, instead of using their, instead of using them, he's using he, him, hims. And it's like, it's so annoying because it feels very isolating, you know what I mean? Like, this book was written for men, don't read it. I'm going to read it anyway, but I'm going to be angry about it the entire way through. Whereas this Mr. Dillon book is so good because it's just so open, it's so refreshing. I read like half of it in like, you know, a few hours. I'm basically nearly like 3/4 of the way through and I love it. So he's also got another one. He's released another one called A Witch's Guide to Manifesting. So I'm going to read that one afterwards because that one's really good as well. So yes, I loved that. I really loved that. So that's a really good book. I don't really read that many books on candle magic either because I mostly just go with the flow and I just do what I fancy doing with it. But that one is good. It's obviously very basic because it's a beginner guide to candle magic. So it goes over different color correspondences, different types of candles and whatnot. But just the way it's written is really refreshing. And I really, really like that. If you don't have a video on it already, would you do one about working with demons? It's hard to find information that isn't very edgelord. I would love to. My problem is that people keep shitting on me for doing anything that's not love and light and snowflakes and rainbows, and it pisses me off. As you can tell, I get really annoyed really easily. But I did that a couple of videos on like negative workings, and the number of people I've had be like, real witches don't curse people. I'm like, well, that's bullshit. Witches throughout history have cursed people. It's only now that people don't. And it really frustrates me and it makes me angry. So I tend not to do too many videos like that because my blood pressure is already through the roof. I need to not be angry anymore. So yeah, I would. I'm not sure whether it'll be on YouTube though, or whether I will end up doing more on the Patreon. At the minute, I've got no thoughts to putting videos on the Patreon. But that might be something I end up doing, like, in the end. But yeah, witches do curse people. They have all the time. Exactly. I mean, it really confuses me, I'll be honest, when people say that witches don't curse people, because I have a focus on folk magic. Like, that's primarily what I enjoy learning about. I love learning about folk magic. And you just have to read some of the reports of folk magic, you know, going back to like the 1600s, the 1500s, and it is brutal. Some of the stuff is really, really brutal. Like, if you think that negative magic is bad now, you should see what it was like in the 1500s. Like, it was bad, like super intense. And then I always get really confused when I get like light workers coming up to me and being like, why would you ever curse? Witches don't curse people. I'm like, well, they have through the entirety of human history. And it's just, it really surprises me. Like, I don't get angry at the people. I more get frustrated about the misinformation. The fact that so many people don't even understand the history of witchcraft. Even going back, you know, a couple of 100 years, it surprises me a lot of the time that people don't realize it. How do you know if you've been hexed or cursed? So usually it's negative impacts in more than one area of your life. So for instance, you will not sleep properly. You will have nightmares. You will have, your car will break down on the way to work. And you will then get in an argument with your boss and you will lose your job. And then you'll come home and you'll find a whole bunch of bills. And then you realize that someone's taken money out of your account without your permission and you don't have any money to pay the bills. And then you go to the bank and they can't confirm that your identity is yours because someone's stolen your identity. You know what I mean? It's a series of unfortunate events. Much like the movie / book series / TV series. God, they've done so much with that. So essentially, it's not just individual things. It's not just like, oh, that's a coincidence. It's like, it will be a series of bad things that usually happen in one aspect of your life. So for instance, it could be that your car breaks down, you miss the job interview that you really needed, so you have to go to the work you hate, you get in an argument with your boss, you end up fired, you have no money. You know, those kind of like bad series of events. Or it might be in love. And so you will turn up to a date and you will accidentally knock her over. You know, you'll trip and you'll knock her over and she hurts herself and she feels really uncomfortable. Or you go to a restaurant and someone has stolen the seat that you reserved, so you can't have anything to eat. So you decide to go to the movie theatre, and then it turns out that the movie theatre is closed because something happened, and then her ex turns up and she has an amazing time with him. You know, it's like a series of really bad things that kind of all happen in one go. I know you take a lot of pride in all the wonderful products you make, but what's one you totally adore creating? My favourite thing I've ever created was the candles. Now, at the minute, I do not make all of the candles because I don't have the time to make all of the candles. So my dad makes all the candles and he is meticulous with them. And I started doing the candles. I loved them. I loved making them. They're amazing. They're my favourite thing we have in the shop are the candles. I love them so, so much. My other favourite thing is actually the mystery boxes. They're the thing that I personally put the most time in. Like we make all the candles. I make all the incenses. I make all the oils. I love doing the oils as well. I make all the powders, everything. But the mystery boxes are kind of like a passion project in a way. It's like creating like a little gift box for people that you've never met before, but you want to fill it with all the good stuff that you really enjoy. So the mystery box is the thing that has the most time, I think, put into it every time we do them, because we do them every other month now because they take so long. But yeah, I love that so much. Like, it's stressful. Like, it's really stressful, but it's really fun. But is the full moon effective during cloudy weather? Yes. The best way to think of it is, do the tides stop when it's cloudy? No. The moon is so powerful, it doesn't matter what the weather is, it will still have an effect. Same as during the day as well. During the day of a full moon, or the days of a full moon, the moon is still effective. It's just often considered less effective because you've got the countering of the solar energy impacting the lunar energy at the same time. But yes, it's still effective. What books are you currently reading? I've got a plethora, right? I'm currently reading the fourth of Court of Thorns and Roses. Wow, that name is a tongue twister. I'm currently reading that. That's like my fiction book this month. And then I'm also reading Jason Miller's Protection and Reversal Magic again. I'm also reading Mystic Dylan's Candle Magic book. I'm then also reading Botanical Folk Tales, Fairy Legends. Where did I put them? The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, British Goblins, Of Blood and Bone. I'm currently reading that. What else have I currently got on the go? I think that's all of them this week. I bounce around a lot between books. I'll rarely sit and read an entire book in one go. I'll like ricochet around like a whole bunch. Do you know any books about spiritism? I actually don't. I'll have to look into that. Is glamour magic real? It is real. Yes, glamour magic is definitely real. It's probably not how it's perceived in like TV shows and stuff, but it is real. I've never really practiced it myself because I've never really felt like I needed to, but definitely is real. My guy is humouring me. Always a new book showing up in the mail. There's some side eye involved, however. Oh, I completely understand that one. Whenever there's a new book, like a new package arrives, it's always like, is this another book? I'm like, yes it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. How could it not be another book? Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. See where I was. Oh, read S. Connolly's books on demonology if you understand demons. Right, I'm going to note that down because I don't have that many books on demons. S. Connolly. It's sad that this eyeliner pen has had more use as like a writing pen than it has as an eyeliner pen. That really tells you something. I'm currently reading Silent as the Trees by Gemma Gary. It's all about cursing. It's a phenomenal book, isn't it? I have it over here. Oh, it's so good. Do you have a video on how to break them? I don't. If you can genuinely, if you wanted a good resource for protection and reversal, Jason Miller's Protection and Reversal Magic is the best book I've ever read on the subject. It's a very ceremonial based, because Jason Miller is more Golden Dawn style ceremonial magic. Phenomenal book, phenomenal read, really good advice, really good information, well worth checking out if you do want something on protection and reversal. Generally, it depends on the kind of working that's been done. Divination is really useful for that, so if you can do a reading yourself and go and have a reading done by a professional tarot reader to figure out where the it's come from, or to figure out whether there's even a curse there at all, and then you can go from there about any reversals, any removals, those kind of things. But just after it's gone, just make sure that you do cleanse and you put up protections, because that'll then stop it from coming back again. The way you speak about your parents, they seem so awesome and supportive. Do they practice witchcraft as well, or were you just lucky enough to have super cool supportive parents? They don't practice, they're just really freaking cool. Literally, I started my business, they just walked into my flat one day and they were like, "What is this?" And I literally went, "I started a business!" And they were like, "You what?" I'm like, "Yeah, started a witchcraft business. Oh, by the way, I've been a practicing witch for years." And they were like, "Oh, okay." So they came to my first market, and my mum came to every single one of the talks that I did. I mean, every single one of the talks I've ever done. She's come and listened to my talks, and they work the events with me. So if you've ever been to an event, my parents will have been there serving, because you can't do it with just one person. And my mum, any book that I really like, she will have off me and she will read herself so she can answer questions with the customers. And she listened to every episode of my podcast, and she listens to every video I've ever created. And my mum and dad are such sweethearts. My mum is literally the most supportive person ever. She will just watch my videos on repeat just because she wants me to succeed. And it's like, "Oh, I just want to give you a hug all the time, but I'm not a huggy person, so I'm just going to like mentally hug you." So yeah, they're really awesome, and I wish everyone had such supportive parents with it, because I've heard such horror stories of people having terrible experiences. Where is your poppet? My poppet is in my apothecary cabinet in the other room. It's kind of, he's sitting in the drawer, and by sitting I mean I squished him into a drawer. I was meant to do a video on the poppet. Did I actually put him in the video? I did put him in the poppet video. Yes, I did. I might have to do an actual video with him being used, perhaps. Oh, Phil, thank you so much for wasting your evening doing this for me. I really appreciate it, and I will try to message you this week. I'm so bad at messaging people, like I'm actually terrible at it. Like, genuinely, I should just send letters. That's how long it takes me to reply to messages. It's really bad. So for reference, that's also probably what's going to happen with people who send me DMs on Instagram. I spend so little time on social media like that it takes like 5 to 10 business days for me to go online and actually respond to people. What do you make of Blood and Bones so far? Okay, so I like it and I don't like it all at once. And I haven't read enough of it yet to fully grasp whether I like it or not. In theory, I like it. However, there's certain things that are written about that I think are just inherently hazardous. I'm not necessarily going to say dangerous, but hazardous. So, for instance, within like the first like couple of chapters of the book, it recommends making I think is it called dark moon incense. It's something incense, right? And it's recommended that you go outside and you just pick up a bunch of rotting stuff off the ground. You take it inside, you dry it, you crush it up, and then you burn it as an incense that you breathe into your lungs. And I was reading that and I was like, all of my health hazard warning signs were going off in my head, because I'm like, 1, rotting material shouldn't be burned. 2, you don't even know what you're burning. You don't know what it is. And I mean, I'm very lucky that in the UK, there isn't that much stuff that I'm going to pick up off the ground that's going to be really dangerous, but that doesn't apply to everyone. And so it's not so much that it's a bad book, it's the fact that there's some things that concern me, because although I think the term my dad would use is paranoid. I'm paranoid of causing myself or someone else harm. So I'm very cautious to always give people warnings. Whereas a lot of people don't think like that. Do you know what I mean? And I always get worried. And at first I was like, please say that this will list, burn outside in a well-ventilated space. It didn't. It recommended burning this stuff inside. I'm like, you don't know how long it's been there. You don't know what's in it. You don't know what's on it. You don't know what bacteria is growing on it. You don't know what fungus is in that. You don't know what makes up that stuff. And it kind of worries me, So the content of the book itself so far, I really enjoy. It's just there's a few sheets where I'm like, oh my God, please don't do that, please. And that's why I'm kind of cautious about it. So I'm going to keep reading it. And I would just say, with everything in every book, please make sure you're always staying safe. Even if an author doesn't specify hazards, always assume that there are hazards and always be aware that you need to be cautious. Especially in instances like this, because so far I have not seen a warning about the incense in that book, and I get worried about people picking up a wood or a particular plant where the smoke is going to be irritating or hazardous, because I'm quite lucky that there's only a few plants in the UK that are common that are really problematic, but in other countries it's not quite the same. I really want to watch Moana now. It's this dance that reminded me of it. I don't know. I'm gonna have the entire Moana soundtrack in my head now. It's such a good soundtrack. I know people love Frozen. I've never liked it. I always preferred Moana. Moana is just so good. I want to ask who met Danu date. Is there any good books on Danu? I haven't seen any, but that's probably because I've never looked for any necessarily. So hopefully there's some out there. I don't know of any personally. What's your opinion on protections before practicing witchcraft? I've heard some people say that 1 or 2 is fine, and others say they have up to 8 wards up. How do you know you have enough protection? So it really all depends on what kind of protections they're referring to. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and the spirits. I have a lot of protections up at a time, right? But they're up all the time. So it depends on what they're referring to. Are they referring to protections they put up solely for workings, or protections that they have up all the time? Because I would say a protection circle and a personal protection is fine, even if you're out and about. So even workings I've done in fields and in woodland, personal protection and 1 protection circle is all you really need. I don't really see the point of putting up half a dozen protections to just do a working inside your home, It's I've met a lot of people who will put up 9 protection circles to do a tarot reading. I'm like, it makes me question, what is it that you're worried about, firstly, and what is it that you're doing that you're going to need that many protections for? Is always my question. So really, you need as many protections as you would feel comfortable having. If you feel uncomfortable with anything less than 9 protections, then put up 9 protections. but don't feel as though you have to. You know, it's a case of have protections, but you don't need to go overboard. So generally, with home protections, I would recommend having minimum of 2 forms of home protection. That allows you the opportunity to stay safe even if one protection fails, or if one protection is breached, it gives you the other protections. If you are doing workings, I am perfectly happy with 1 protection circle and then protection jewelry, because that's what makes me feel comfortable. That's what I've used for a long time and works really well for me. So the amount you need really is the amount you feel comfortable with. Wow. Okay, the amount you feel comfortable with is the amount you need. I completely lost what I was saying there entirely. Pet owners should be careful when burning anything. Exactly. That's why I'm not certain as to whether I'm going to recommend the book just yet. I need to go through the rest of it and figure out where I stand on it, because pet owners should be careful anyway, but burning random things worries me. You know, it sets off all of my health alarms. Yeah, it just concerns me. And I know a lot of people don't take as many precautions as I do before they burn things, which is kind of terrifying to me. I could never be that person, ever. Do you have any tips on altars with cats? I spend so long setting up my altar only for one of my cats to be on it the next second. I would say the best advice I can give is adapt accordingly. Because cats are going to love altars. Anything that you're paying attention to, they're going to want to be in there. And they're also very sensitive to energy as well. So I just say adapt accordingly. If you're going to be burning anything, just try and keep them out of the room. And then if something gets knocked over, it might just have to stay knocked over for a while until you can put it back up again. And then go from there. That was a really weird noise. What was that? It sounded like both walls knocked at the same time. But there's no one in either of the front rooms next to me, so I don't know what that was. Do you need to recharge protection jewelry every day? If so, i.e. do you need to take it off at the end of each day and pick it up in the morning every time? No. It depends on what you charged it with, how you charged it. My protection jewelry hasn't been charged since 2017. And it's still just as powerful today as it was then because of how the protection was done. Which is where it comes in the idea of connecting it to cyclical energies like the moon phase so it can recharge by itself, or you can do like a surge charge where you will charge it up and you'll put so much energy into it that it will naturally release for about a month, 2 months, and then you recharge it again. And in which case it's always good to switch out protection jewelry. So for instance, when I have to take this off, say if I have to do something or I have to have an x-ray or whatever it is that requires me to take it off, I'll always make sure that I substitute it for another piece of protection before I take it off. And if I have to change jewelry out, I will put a new one on. Can you do a video on magical batteries? I won't be doing it anytime soon because I don't trust people. I'm going to be slowly curating a video on magical batteries. I'm not sure where it's going to be published, but I have seen even in the comments today, I have seen people wanting a video on magical batteries to use it for the stupidest things. I mean, I don't mean like stupid like dumb, I mean stupid like dangerous. And I don't trust that people are going to do smart things with it. And there's a reason a lot of people don't talk about magical batteries, and that's because they can go really wrong. And so at the minute, I'm not going to do a video on magical batteries, like how to make them. I probably will do in the future, but I'm not sure where it's going to be, whether it's going to be on Patreon or somewhere where there's a little less random interaction, if that makes sense. Just because I don't want anyone doing something stupid that's going to put them in harm's way. And I've been on the internet long enough to know that people do really stupid things. Like really stupid things. Is there any good book you think is great for learning Celtic mythology and practices? I don't have any books on Celtic mythology as a whole. I've mainly looked into the mythology of individual deities, so I'll I'll have to look into that one, see if I can get some books on Celtic mythology as a whole. Because typically I just focus on, say, individuals. And that would be really interesting to learn about, so I'll have to do that. Is it really bad luck to take a picture of someone's altar? Not really. I've never known anyone say that. I've never known anyone personally say that anyway. I've never had a problem with it. I think it really depends on the individual. And maybe it's an individual basis. You know, if you have an agreement with a spirit or a deity that no one else will see an altar, to then take a photo of it and share it is not good. And I've even had people say it to me that I shouldn't take videos of my altars, but I take a video of a manifestation altar after it's already been dismantled. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to very much depend on the person and the spirits and the deities that they're working with. You know, if they've got agreements for the altar to not be shown outside of the house, to then have a random stranger come into a house, take a photo, a random stranger to the spirit, not the person, obviously, take a photo and then spread it on the internet, that would break oath and contract, and that can lead to bad things. Not necessarily for the person who took the photo, but for the person who owns the altar. So it's one of them where it's going to really depend on circumstance. I have never experienced any problems with it, but then I also know when to share and when to not share altars. So for instance, Bridget has always been very comfortable with me sharing images and photos. Ceridwen has never been happy with me doing that, which is why no one has ever seen my Ceridwen altar. So yeah, it's going to really depend on circumstance and who and what is being worked with. Thank you so much, Pretty Money. For watching you since your Mabon video, I think you had orange hair. Oh my goodness, I did. That was so long ago. Oh my goodness, you are dedicated. Thank you so much for sticking around for that long. My Mabon video was probably my 4th video on this channel. Oh my goodness, that is so long ago. God, that orange hair was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. How are you feeling? Also, what time is it there? It is currently 10:50, and I'm actually feeling really good now. I always get really apprehensive before I do live streams, and then I realize how fun it is about halfway through, and then I'm like, yeah, I like this. It's just like I get to talk about my favorite thing for 5 hours. It's brilliant. Yes, really stupid interests in regards to magical batteries. Yeah, that's my thing. I always get worried with people doing things, especially with something that has so much power behind it. I mean, magical batteries can be anything from a quick burst of energy to humongous volumes of energy. And I just get worried about what people are going to do with that information. You know, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, I am very health and safety focused. I always have been. And it's difficult for me to let go of the reins on that one, because I don't want people to get themselves into shit. And people get themselves into bad situations even with the most minimal energy. I literally get hundreds of DMs from people saying, oh, I summoned this and I don't know what to do, or I did that and it backfired. And these are just really basic workings. I get worried with what people would do that was stupid if they had that much energy. I mean, in some cases, batteries can hold years worth of energy from an entire coven. That's a huge amount of energy to do something stupid with, which always worries me so bad. How do you create your protection jewelry? So I have a few ways. My necklace that's protection, I don't know, because it was created for me by a very good friend of mine, who has his own ways and techniques, and the fact that it has stayed so potent for so long, I suspect it was attached to a battery, simply because usually protection jewelry isn't going to stay protective for 4 years, nearly 5 years. So I suspect that the protection jewelry that I wear a lot is attached to a battery, because it makes the most sense. The protection jewelry that I create generally is more short term, mainly because it allows me to adapt what it's for, and I am planning on doing an entire video about enchanting jewellery for protection. I am waiting for a worktop to arrive for my workshop, and once the workshop is finished, we are going to be doing a whole bunch of divination videos, tarot reading, oracle reading, ogham reading. We're going to be doing spell videos, everything. It's just, at the minute, I can't do it in this room because it's just too small. Too small. So I will be doing a full video on that. So I won't answer it in this one because I'm going to do a full video. What does it mean when you hear high-pitched sounds? I've profound hearing loss, and without my hearing devices, I could hear loud pitching sounds. I suspect that's more mundane than magical, more than anything. Because I hear high-pitched sounds, but that's because I've got tinnitus, because I sit and I listen to music all day, every day, and I probably shouldn't. So I'd argue it's probably more likely going to be mundane than magical, that one. The orange hair would be roughly 2017 to 2018. Yeah, it was. It was a terrible decision in my life. Orange hair was a terrible mistake. I loved the green. The green was good. Green, good. I loved the blue. I loved the green. The orange was a tremendous mistake. The red I liked. The red and purple I liked. And then the purple and green I liked. But that orange, it did not suit me one little bit. I will stick to black hair, brown hair, green hair, purple hair. Never again will I do orange. Ever. Oh, we're back to the Winnie the Pooh song again. Ah, dear. I've lost where I am. Where am I? Will items like protection, charmed jewellery charge on your altar if your altar is in a shoebox and it has to be put away or dismantled when you're not actively sat working on it? I mean, it's only going to charge on an altar if there is energy at that space. So if you're focusing your energy on that altar, then yes, it will charge, but otherwise it won't charge. Especially if it's something as targeted as a protection working, you're going to need to sit with it to charge it. But if you've got a temporary altar, you can put it on your altar and then charge it with energy. That could work. But just passively in a space, it's not specific enough, really, I don't think. I always love your live streams. I'm so glad. It's just like sitting around with friends and chatting about the craft. I'm so glad. That's really what I love about the live streams. The videos, that's why I add the bloopers at the end, because I feel like a teacher. And like at the end, it's just me going, shit, I forgot everything. What am I meant to be saying? Help! But I like these because it's more like I can just sit and chat with you, and it's a lot more relaxed. And I mean, my main videos aren't necessarily scripted, but they have like a plan, whereas this is more like I get to sit down and chat with you, which is why I spend so long doing it, because I just really enjoy doing it. Are you doing a video on banishing? I will probably try and do a few, because there's obviously different techniques and different styles. I might do a ceremonial banishing and then a lower magic banishing instead. I'm going to have options. I'm so excited for having the workshop because that's where all of these things are going to be filmed. Oh, and then for anyone that was asking about the circle casting video, you know, the one I was going to be doing about the Wiccan circle casting, like the ceremonial one, I am going to be upstairs in my workshop doing that because I have more floor space. So that is going to be coming as well when I have my workshop done. Yes! Have you ever heard of unusual celestial bodies like black holes being used as correspondences for crystals? Yes, I have. I've used them. I've known them being used for correspondences just generally, not even just for crystals. There's lots of cosmic witches who will draw on the energy of black holes, comets, asteroids, dwarf stars, all of these things in their magical workings. So it's pretty common. Have you had a sip of water recently? I haven't, but that's because I have like the tiniest bladder in the world. So if I drink any more, I will have to pee like instantly. So the moment we come off this, I'm drinking like a litre of water. I want to attract a person into my life, but don't know what her birthday is and can't get a picture of her because she isn't on social media. What do I do? Okay. I'm going to break this down a little bit. Just to kind of, I'm going to need a little bit of extra context. Okay, so you want to attract this person into your life. So it's a specific person. Do you know them well enough? Like, do you have a personal connection to them? Are they a friend? Do you know them? Are they an acquaintance? Because if they are, then you can find really anything of theirs. So even a piece of hair, something that they've written on, something that they've used to write with. There's lots of options there if you know them. If you don't know the person and the person doesn't know you, attraction workings are almost impossible. They're incredibly difficult and they're temperamental on a good day because you need that physical connection in order for it to manifest. So the best way I can describe it is I could do a working. I could do a massive ritual ceremony for attracting... I'm trying to think of an interesting celebrity that is remotely appealing. And I'm struggling hard. Why can I not think of a single person? You know what I mean? Like, let me just pick, like, we were talking about Zac Efron earlier, right? Let's just say Zac Efron, because I'm just pulling names out of thin air now. So let's think of Zac Efron. So, like, I could do this ginormous ritual to manifest and attract Zac Efron into my life. But I know barely anything about him. And I don't know him in person, and we live in a different country and all this stuff. It would never manifest because there's no strings for it to pull on. Do you know what I mean? Every working needs strings for it to pull on. And the closer you are to the result that you want, the more strings there are and the easier it is to pull on it. Which is why all of those people that are trying to, let's for instance, curse the president, we saw it a couple years ago, 2016, we had a lot of people trying to curse the president. But the reality is that unless you have connections, unless there are enough strings, it's really difficult for things to manifest. The same applies with like attraction workings. You need strings for that energy to pull on. So I can't attract Zac Efron or Scarlett Johansson or anyone like that because there's no connections there. There's no strings. So the more you know someone, the easier it is to pull on those strings. So in this instance, if they live 40 minutes away and you rarely see each other, the question is, are there any strings that you can pull in order for it to manifest? So can they drive? You don't have to answer this in the chat. These are just questions to think about. So can they drive? Do they have a job or an education that is flexible that's going to allow them to travel long distance to visit you? Do they have the financial ability to travel to visit you, to stay in a hotel or whatever? Do they have the spare time to be able to visit you and travel? Are there other things in their life that are stopping them from doing that? So say lots of friends or volunteering or, things that are going to limit their time even further. You really have to figure out whether there's enough strings that can be pulled on to get it to manifest. So if they don't have a vehicle and they don't have the money or the time or the ability or the flexibility, you can cast the strongest attraction spell in the world, but there's nothing for that energy to pull on to sway it in your direction. So you can use names, you can use visualized images, anything like that. Even just visualizing the person while you're doing the working will act as a tag lock. But ultimately, they need to have the means to make that travel, and the ability to have the strings to pull on. I hope that makes sense. I hope that analogy makes sense. the strings is probably the best way I can think of that I can describe that one. But it's just difficult, you know, lack of social media, distance and everything. There has to be a lot of things in line to get that to work. What's the worst thing that you've been asked to do? I have had a lot of messages over the years for death spells for other people. It's bad enough just to be asked for it in the first place, but when you get asked for it with the addition of who it is, it's weird. And I mean, I've been in the online witchcraft community for years. I mean, I joined my first forum in maybe 2005, 2006, something like that. And ever since I joined, I've gotten requests for death spells. It's awful, actually, and it's scary. It's really scary. Like, of all of the kind of magic that I have studied, I wouldn't even consider using half the stuff I've studied. I study it because I'm interested in it. I would never actually use it. But the people requesting that scare me to a degree that I don't usually get scared to, you know, because they're the kind of people that have no limits, and that is the scariest request I've ever received. And it's not even been once or twice. I'd say I've probably had between 30 and 50 requests for that. It's not very frequent, but it happens a lot more than it probably should. How effective are tarot readings when the person isn't in the room, and do they need to know you're doing the reading about them to work? So you don't need them to know about the reading for it to work. Tarot readings are exceptionally powerful even without the person around, because you are connecting to your psychic subconscious. So as long as you have some kind of connection to that person, that could be an email, that could be you know them as a friend, or they're a family member, or they're someone you went on a date with. If you have that connection, you can do tarot readings on them, and it will work. It will work. It's a choice of whether you want to do that or not. Now, I personally, and this I'm going to remind everyone is personal to me, I will do readings on other people if I feel I need to. They don't need to know about it. However, what I will never do is tell someone the results of said reading without them asking me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say I'm worried about my friend's relationship. He's really struggling. He seems not like himself. And every time I ask him about it, he always says, oh, everything's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But you know it's not, because they're your friend and you're really worried about them. I will do a reading and I will see what it says, just to figure out where I should be. Should I be offering him a safe space to come talk to me? Should I be taking a step? You know, what should I do in this situation to help? And that reading might come back that the relationship is going to fail, blah, 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 blah. I will then judge accordingly what I should do to best support them. I won't go up to them and go, oh, by the way, your relationship's going to fail in 6 months. You may as well bail now, because that's really crossing the line. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's really, really important to figure out where that line is for you. If I know that a friend or a family member is really struggling, I will do a reading for them. But I'm never going to then go and say, yeah, this is your job's going to fail. Like that, I will never ever do that. So it's one of them where you really need to figure out where that boundary is. And this ties in with the next one, which is something about, I need to find it again, the ethical aspect of doing readings for children was in here. Where was that? Do you think it's ethical to do tarot readings or spellwork on a minor if a parent is requesting it? It's a very difficult path that you have to tread there, and it's going to be based on whether it's generally for the best, or whether you feel as though, you know, this is the parent trying to force influence on their child in a way that you don't feel comfortable with. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not going to be one hard and fast rule. it's going to be kind of a individual basis. So, you know, if the mother wants a protection child on her son, for instance, if they're struggling with a divorce or something and they want extra protection on the child, that's one thing. You know, offering spiritual protection to a minor is one thing. Trying to break up your child's friendship group is a very different thing. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's definitely not a one size fits all. It's going to be an individual basis, and then it's going to entirely depend on whether you know the family, whether you're an aunt or a cousin, or you know what I mean? Like, it's very different being an outsider versus being in that environment. Do you have any tips to get better at remembering dreams? Yes, yeah. Dream diaries, hands down, the best. I do it on my phone because I can then dictate. Now, that's really easy for me because when I wake up in the morning, I cannot spell for shit. So I dictate anyway into my phone, into my notes app. I will just say anything. So the minute you wake up from a dream, the minute you pick up your notebook, you pick up your phone, whatever it is you're going to be using, and you're going to want to note down everything that you can remember. Now, it doesn't have to be in one piece. It can be, I saw the colour pink, and there was an angry pig, and my mother was there. Why was she there? And I saw my old high school, and then all my teeth fell out. You know what I mean? It can just be like random things. Or some dreams, it might just be, I was scared. Or that was amazing. And as you write things down every time you wake up from a dream that you remember, even a little bit of, you write it down. And the thing with dreams is that our brain is kind of programmed to focus on waking time. So we wake up and we almost immediately forget the dream because the alarm clock's going off. Oh, the kid's crying. Oh, I need to get breakfast ready. Oh my God, I'm going to be late for work. So what you're doing by writing down your dreams is you're programming your brain to focus on your dreams. So it's no longer just oh, great, now I need to make the kids breakfast. It's now like, wow, I was flying in Mars. That was amazing. You know what I mean? You start recalling things, and the more frequently you write it down, you'll slowly notice that the amount that you remember goes up and up and up. And you'll get to the point where you can have lucid dreams, which are freaking amazing, and you'll be able to remember premonition dreams far, far more readily because you've essentially programmed your brain to pay attention to that subconscious process instead of just ignoring it. So honestly, I would recommend it to anyone. If you struggle with nightmares, doing a dream diary can be phenomenal. I get nightmares when I'm really stressed and I'm really like overworked, except they don't have to be nightmares anymore because once you're able to lucid dream, you can change that into whatever you want. I had a nightmare last night because I worked way too late, like I always do, and I went from being chased by a serial killer to hiding in a bunker that was a blanket fort with a bunch of my friends. And if that isn't the coolest kind of dream you can have, I don't know what is. So like it's generally just a really cool thing that you can do that just helps kind of expand your subconscious, which then helps your intuition, which then helps your psychic abilities and whatnot. Favorite Halloween movie? Hocus Pocus. I love Hocus Pocus. I always have. And then Halloween Town. I really like cheesy Halloween movies. I also like The Cabin in the Woods, which isn't really a Halloween movie, but it kind of is at the same time. That's a really good film as well. What's your favorite computer game? I like Stardew. I love Sims. I love Kinseed is all about fairy lore. It's so cool. Raft. I like Raft. What's it called? I forgot what it's called. What is it called? Oh my goodness. Kick. Not Kinseed. Nope. Does anyone do that to remember things? They just say random vowels. What is it called? Genshin Impact. I love that game. I don't really have a favourite. I just kind of cycle through those ones just on repeat, depending on what I'm feeling. Righty-ho. It has been nearly 5 hours, so I am going to finish up here soon. If you have any final questions, feel free to let me know and we can chat a little bit more. Have you ever heard of Chaotic Witch Aunt? I've heard of them. them, her. I don't know their pronouns. So I'm just gonna go them. I've heard of them, and I also watch all of the Witch of Wonderlust's Instagram stories, and so I see them a lot in there as well. But because I don't watch any kind of witchcraft YouTube, I don't go on TikTok, I don't really see anyone. Would you play ESO? I've never heard of ESO, so I don't know, maybe. Do you have any favourite creators on the platform? Are we talking like witchcraft creators or just like general people that I really like on the platform? Witchcraft creators, I don't actually subscribe to any. I don't watch any, mainly because I find that it becomes very overwhelming. To have like it be like my downtime and my work and everything else. But when it comes to standard creators, I have a YouTube channel, the Blackthorn Arch podcast channel. I only watch wild camping videos on that channel. I only watch wild camping. And my favorite wild camping channel is Xander. Is it Xander Bundwick? Xander Brunswick. His channel is phenomenal. It makes you want to just disappear into the wilderness and never come out. Fantastic channel. And I love Nile Red. That channel primarily focuses on chemistry. Phenomenal, love it. Colin Furs is the most amazing mad genius you will ever meet. He's a plumber that turned into a crazy scientist on YouTube. The most British guy you will ever meet. Phenomenal. Nerdforge is amazing as well. I just love a whole bunch. Oh yeah, Rachel Maxey. Yes, always Rachel Maxey. I watch every single one of her channel videos and every single story she puts on Instagram. Love. There's loads of others. It's really different than what I talk about. You know, it's lots of crafts and camping and chemistry. I'm terrible at chemistry, but I really like watching other people do it. You are one of my 3 favourite witchcraft YouTubers. Oh, thank you. Can I simply make a voodoo doll of me and her to attract her into my life? Okay, I feel the need to say this right. A voodoo doll is a doll that is made by a member of the religion of voodoo. A puppet is a doll that is used in witchcraft. I just want to make that really clear here because voodoo doll gets thrown around a lot, but unless you are initiated into the religion and practice of voodoo, you're not making a voodoo doll, you're making a puppet. Can I simply make a puppet of me and her to attract her into my life? I mean, are you planning on doing anything to, like, putting anything in the puppet? Like, items, representations? Because just making a puppet isn't going to do anything. You're going to need to do some kind of working. A puppet is simply it's a tag lock. It's a representation of that person in a separate environment. Ignored, I haven't even got to your question yet, so it's hardly being ignored. You're literally 6 questions off the bottom. I haven't ignored it. It's chronological. And this is in relation to a question I had 40 minutes ago, so bear with me. I will get to it. So a puppet is just it's a tag lock of that person in physical form. So you're going to need to do something more, a further working, further ritual in order to manifest results. And even then, as I mentioned earlier, you still need enough strings to be able to pull to manifest that result. If the reason that you're not interacting with this person is because they don't have the time, they don't want to, they don't have a vehicle, they don't have the money, they don't have flexible life, then it doesn't matter how many workings you do, it's not going to manifest. Because there aren't enough tethers to pull you together in order for that working to grab onto it. So either which way it's going to struggle if there aren't enough strings in place that you can pull on. I love Nerdforge. Yeah, I watch all of Nerdforge's videos. They are so good. That mural that they just did, oh my goodness, that was so beautiful. I've been into tarot and crystals, but I'm also Christian, but I also believe in other deities outside of God. Is it okay to do both? if you want to. If you feel like it's something you want to do, then why not? I mean, there's loads of Christian witches. There's loads of witches I know who follow the Christian God and also other deities. When it comes to religion, it's all about how you feel and whether you feel comfortable doing it. And if this is something that you want to do, then that's solely up to you. No one else can tell you that you should or shouldn't follow a spiritual or religious path that you feel like you want to. You know, it's up to you to decide what you feel comfortable with, where you draw the line, what you work with and what you don't. And especially when it comes to witchcraft, it's an entirely personal path. You know, no two practitioners are going to be the same. So it really is just a case of figuring out what you want to work with and what you don't. Do you do deity work? If so, who do you work with? I work with Brigid, Ceridwen, and Keranos. Though it's not like traditional deity work, it's not like a frequent thing. They're present, but they're not always active. In your opinion and experience of energy and magic and how it works, would you describe it working all with the tethers analogy or metaphor? In a way, yes. So it's the best way I've found to describe it. So obviously there's multiple different ways of working with witchcraft. You know, you can work with spirits and deities, you can work with fae, you can work with your own energy, you can work with ancestors, whatnot. But it doesn't really matter how you word it. It all comes down to those tethers. So you raise energy during a working. That can be, you know, through grounding, through dance, through song, through elementals, through working with a coven, you know, whatever it might be. You raise it, and then you focus on an intention, your goal, and you send that out, which is, you know, in traditional ceremony, that's the closing of the circle, is you drop the circle, you release the energy, or you can just do it generally during a standard witchcraft working. That energy then goes to its directed target. That might be a deity to help them work with you. It might be a spirit, it might be ancestors, it might be aimed towards an object in the form of enchantment. It might be aimed at a specific person. But it doesn't matter where that energy goes. You still are going to need those tethers to be in place. And that's why it's really important to be realistic when it comes to witchcraft, and also why the amount of energy you put in is really important. So say for instance I needed to pay a £50 bill. Well, that's relatively easily done. You know, I work, I have a way to earn money, and I might need a sale that will get me the £50 that I need to pay a really important bill. So I do that working and I will get a result. Because the tethers, there's so many of them, everything's in place. I already have a business, I already work, I have the ability to get that money. It's only £50, that's a lot of tethers that can be pulled on to get that working to manifest. If I did a working to become the world's richest person, there's very few tethers there. You know, I don't have any connections. I don't have a job that's going to earn me millions, billions of pounds. I don't live in a really rich area. I don't have access to anything. And all of a sudden I'm realizing, hang on, there's no tethers there. There's nothing that I can pull on. And so that working will never manifest. Even with the assistance of gods and deities and everything else, if there's nothing there, it's never going to manifest. Instead, it's much easier for me to work in stages. Because as you work up in stages, the tethers are there between each step. And so the amount of energy also makes a difference as well. If I needed to earn $500, I'm going to need to give more energy to pull harder on those tethers to get that larger amount of money. Whereas if I needed $5, it's not so much effort. And that's where, you know, if in much larger workings, you might need a coven, because that's a lot more energy that's required to pull the strings to get what you want into your life. And deities, if you request a deity for their help in the form of prayer or offerings, they're the one that's then pulling the tether. But depending on what you give them or what you offer in return is going to vary on how much they can pull on all of these strings. So even they're limited by things. So I think the tethers is a really useful way of describing it, because it gives people the understanding that you need to have those connections for it to manifest. I've had so many people saying, I want to win the lottery. And it's like, okay, well, tell me what the numbers are going to be. And they're like, well, I don't know what the numbers are going to be. You tell me what the numbers are going to be. And it's like, it's a lottery. It's a randomized series of numbers. There's very few, there's no strings there for me to pull, because it's entirely random. So it's important to have the strings in place to be able to pull on them. Do you know of any solution to stop feeling tired all the time? Have you checked that it's not a medical issue? Because tiredness is a really prevalent symptom in a lot of conditions, and it's really important to check the mundane first. If it's not the mundane, check that you're not leaking energy and ground frequently to make sure you're replenishing energy, but 100% make sure that you are checking that everything is fine physically first. I did see the mural that Rachel Maxey painted in her bedroom. It was beautiful. I really wanted to do it in the office, but then I realised I didn't have the time. I wish I could have. Do you have to wait until a deity approaches, or can you choose to work with them? Like, you can choose to work with them. It's just, it's a relationship, right? So working with deities is different than worshipping deities. So you can worship a deity that has no idea that you exist, but you can't work with a deity if they have no idea that you exist. You know, you can't be in a partnership with someone if you've got no idea who the other person is. So it's always important to remember that with spirit relationships, with deity relationships, there has to be a push and a pull going on here. You can be knocking on that door, and if they don't want to answer, they won't. And vice versa. You don't have to work with every deity that knocks on that door. You can just not work with them. But when it comes to you choosing a deity, you really need to go about it with respect. So you need to learn about the mythology, learn about the folklore, learn about the traditions that come with that particular deity, show that you are wanting to learn, you are wanting to participate. And then work with meditations, focusing on that deity, work divinations, do some dream magic, try to connect with them, and then see if they push back. They might not push back, and in which case they might just not want to work with you, or it might not be right for them to work with you, or you might find they start pushing back. So it's a little bit trickier to do it this way round rather than the other way around. If a deity's knocking on that door, it takes a lot of the pressure off, because then you can look up the mythology and decide whether or not it's something you want. Whereas if it's the other way around, you have to do all the work, and it can be a lot of work in some cases, especially if the deity isn't wanting to connect with you. Is there a spell to find a job? Yes, there is. However, the type of spell you're going to do is going to vary on what you want. And because I don't have just a random list of pre-written spells, I write all of my spells based on intention and what I want. I'd recommend you look up how to write your own spells, how to create a working that's going to suit what you need, because that's going to give you the most powerful result, along with obviously energy work and energy releasing as well. So yes, it has been nearly 5 hours. This has been probably my longest stream for a long while. I feel drawn to green witchcraft, but don't really know how to practice it. I have my own garden and would like to know how to create more magical connection with my trees and plants. I have an entire video on green witchcraft book recommendations that is on my channel that hopefully will help point you to something that you feel really drawn to and that you feel like you can implement. So yes, I'm going to be on for 2 more minutes. I want to get it to exactly 5 hours because I'm that kind of person. And yeah, it's been a really nice stream tonight. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much to all of the mods who have been on. Massive help as always. I also want to say a massive thank you to all my Patreon mods. Not my Patreon, my Discord mods as well. My Discord mods work so darn hard. So if you would like to chat further about anything that we've spoken about here, there is a Discord server. It's linked in the description box. My mods work so darn hard to keep that being a really safe place for everyone. So I really appreciate their help with that because I could not do it. That Discord server is manic. There's so much going on at once. I find it really, really hard to keep up. But it is there if you would like to talk more about anything and you would like to continue chatting with other people about these topics, because sometimes it's just nice to be able to chat with other people on the subject. So yeah, that's linked in the description box. And I will plug it right now because it's brand new. I have a brand new podcast that's available on Google, Cast something, Anchor and Spotify, all about folklore and legends. And that's linked in the description box as well. Please check it out if you are interested, because I really, really love doing that. So yeah, with all that being said, I hope that you enjoyed this stream. It was a little bit longer than normal. I had a few technical issues. A few. I caught the last 2 minutes. The bonus is that the live streams will be available on the channel afterwards. No, don't go. I've been here for 5 hours. I need to stand. Oh, I'm so glad that you like the podcast. It really means a lot to me. I've put so much into this podcast, and I like people enjoying it, you know. So yeah, this will be available on the channel afterwards. If you do want to watch it, you can. It might take a few hours for it to load mind, because it is 5 hours long. That's a long ass video. So I hope you have a marvelous magical day. I hope you're all staying safe. I have another video coming out on Wednesday, unless I have technical issues, in which case it might be Thursday. And I will see you in the next video. Yes. Yes, I shall. Yes, I shall. Right. I need to stand. My legs are completely dead. Right.